for everybody when somebody says, how do I get started in real estate, right? It's the most common question you'll get. How do I get started in real estate? How do I get started in real estate? How do I get started in real estate? It's a question that will get asked so many times, okay? So we're going to be answering that today through these 20 avatars. And we essentially went through this the other day and we did it for 15 people, 15 avatars. And so I'm going to just kind of restart it today, do it all over from scratch, and we're going to have a good time, all right? By the way, anybody that watched the previous avatar Zoom, tell me in the side chat, what avatar do you believe you are? Helper. Oh, I love that. Carolyn, you are 100% accurate on that, I would say. Bird dog, buyer, integrator, TC, connector, helper. Ooh, these are good. I like how you guys have the, I like how you guys have like clarity on this. How good was this last avatar Zoom, guys? Give me a rating out of 10. What was it? 100? Shoot. There's a couple avatars we missed, which is why we're doing this again. So anybody that's watching this in the future, I know that I'm rattling on right now. I'm actually getting prepared for the thing I'm about to teach you guys. But we are going to go through essentially the 15 avatars that we already talked about. And then there's 4 or 5 others that we missed just through going long and kind of just forgetting. Okay. So I know there's going to be people on YouTube. I'm doing this for you guys in the future. So if you're watching this, hang tight. I promise you it'll be one of the best YouTube lives you'll ever watch in your life, especially as far as getting started in real estate. Okay. All right. So now that I'm all ready to go, let's get cranking. All right, guys. Today is Thursday. It's Thursday morning. I'm going to spend probably a good 7 hours. So if you're not ready to watch this all in 7 hours, that's okay. Take your time, break it down into hour-size pieces. My goal for this live, for this Zoom, is actually to help you know how you as an individual should get started in real estate. One of the challenging things about creative finance, which is one of the things I'm known for, is that creative finance can be applied to any part of real estate. Whether you're a real estate agent, you're a capital raiser, you do apartments, you do multifamily like mobile home parks, you do fix and flips, you do Airbnbs, whatever it is that you are doing in real estate, creative finance actually applies to all of those things. I've never seen an asset class that we weren't able to do better than the traditional investors when we applied creative finance. Okay. For example, I've got a deal right now. I'm negotiating a multifamily deal on $0 down. The seller is going to seller finance my down payment to them on a 50-unit apartment complex. No credit, no credentials, no cash up front, and nobody else can even touch it. The cash offers that are coming in on that deal are like $500,000 less. I'm overpaying on paper what most people would say I'm overpaying for a big multifamily deal that I would normally have to go raise capital for and give away ownership and all that kind of stuff. Multifamily is amplified by creative finance. Single family investing is amplified by creative finance. Fixing and flipping is amplified by creative finance. There is not a single asset class in real estate that is not amplified by creative finance. So with that, it's challenging because people go, let's say they go to another mentorship. Okay. And I won't name any of the mentorships because obviously I'm streaming live, but there's a lot of mentorships that teach one thing. And the reason why a lot of people fail in those mentorships is because that one thing does not fit their personality. So for example, anybody in here, I've got a couple hundred people watching right now in a private Zoom. How many of you guys say, there's no way in hell, I don't care how much you motivate me, there's no way in hell I'm cold calling for a living? Me. I'm that person. You will never give me a better script, motivation, a strong enough pat on the back, nothing. You'll literally never convince me to cold call because I know that's outside of my nature. I don't want to do it. But at the same time, I love talking to sellers, and you guys would think, oh, that's not right. Like you said, you don't like talking to sellers. No. I didn't say I didn't like talking to sellers. I don't like cold calling. I don't like sitting there and making thousands of phone calls to ultimately talk to one motivated seller. Okay, so if you go join a mentorship, Trenton says this is my very issue. If you go join another mentorship that's what they teach is cold calling, do you think that every single person going into that mentorship has a likelihood of being successful? No. In order for you to apply the teachings of real estate to the whole world, you have to break it down into what I call avatars. I have an avatar. It's evolved and changed over time because I gained experience and I stacked skills along the way, negotiating and confidence and raising private capital and things of that nature. But cold calling was something I never wanted to do. And so I've taken mentorships and I've done the scripts and I've done the things. And then I spend 2 hours trying to cold call and I go, F this. So it doesn't mean that we don't cold call in my business. It's that I don't do it myself and I hire that out, right? Then there's other people that go, I don't even like negotiating with sellers. I don't like being in that situation where I'm stressed out and I have to break down a deal and structure a thing and figure all those things out. That stresses me out and it's against my personality. Anybody feel that way? Okay. Anybody in here? Christian raises his hand. Okay. Giselle says yes. That's not me. My avatar loves talking to sellers. I absolutely love it. And you can see the passion when I'm talking to sellers. I love talking to sellers I've never spoken to before, as long as they have a level of motivation that I can actually work off of, right? It's like, as long as there's chemistry, I don't mind being on this date. But if there's no chemistry, I'm trying to get off that date as fast as possible. Okay. And so there's so many different avenues to get started in real estate. And this is truly the most challenging part of real estate, is that there are too many ways to succeed. And nobody until now has adapted an education process that actually accommodates every single one of these different avatars. People that don't like talking to sellers, people that do like talking to sellers. Some people have no resources, no experience, no money. That's going to be different than somebody who has experience, who has resources, who have money. I get people that DM me. I almost want to show you this DM. I got a DM from somebody. I'm going to do a Zoom with them tomorrow because they're going to end up being a private money lender. They DM me and they go, I've got $650,000 I don't know what to do with. Am I going to suggest to that person to go cold call? Yes or no, guys? Is that the right and appropriate advice, is to go tell that person to cold call? Absolutely not. That would be the worst advice. And so when you go on YouTube, you go to all my channel, other people's channels, you're going to hear people go, cold call, text, do this, sign up for batchleads.io/pace. You've heard me do it, right? Go hire a cold caller from startvirtual.com. That's great. That works for a certain group of people, but there's other people that feel disenfranchised or forgotten in this industry. They feel forgotten in this industry. And the reason why Sub 2 has been the most successful mentorship and community is because we actually accommodate these personality types. And we understand how to apply specific Zooms and specific education to those specific personality types. Instead of trying to say, oh, you're a square peg, here's a round hole. Just figure it out. Get more motivated. Get more motivated. That's how you're going to figure this out. You're a square peg. I've got a round hole. Figure it out and go get a hammer and just smash that through. And that's where I learned. And I was afraid to jump into real estate because everything that I was being taught to get into real estate was not something that hit me in the heart of like, I can do that. I believe I can do that. And when I heard go knock doors, for example, because you'll get people on YouTube or other educators that have full-on knocking door mentorships. Guys, who in here just cringes when they hear the word go knock doors? I used to. I was like, ain't no way. And guess what I did for 2 years in Korea as a Mormon missionary? I knocked 10,000 doors. And even when somebody's like, get into real estate by knocking doors, I was like, However, we have a student last week that got a $60,000 deal, $60,000 assignment by knocking doors, and he enjoys knocking doors. Matthew Beard, one of my partners in Start Virtual, loves knocking doors, and we were able to build a door knocking team. So is it successful? Yes, but it needs to be applied to the appropriate personality type. And while all these other educators are out there trying to get you into one thing, cold call sellers, do this, do that, build a team, get to this and that, guys, it works. It absolutely works, but it does not work for everybody. Okay? So what we're going to be doing today, and I know I'm giving you a big, long buildup to a big, long Zoom, but I'm going to go through 20 different ways. I don't know any other way to get started in real estate other than these ways. Okay? So when somebody says, how do I start? I'm lost. I feel like I don't know which way to go. Guys, this is your answer. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking you straight in the eyes right now. This is your answer. If you get off this Zoom, okay, and you go, I don't know what to do, I don't know what avenue to go down, it's because you're a knucklehead. There's no physical way that after this 7-hour Zoom, you're going to be able to get off of this and go, I don't have clarity. I don't know where to start. You don't need Pace Morby at that point. You need Jesus. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need. If you need anything outside of these 20 avatars, you don't need Pace Morby. You need special help. Okay? So we're going to be putting this on YouTube as well. This is the great thing about Sub 2. Okay. So the community that we've built, obviously people are in here in a private Zoom with me. There's some people on YouTube I'm not paying attention to, but they're out there. Inside of Sub 2, we now have a new amazing added benefit. And the new amazing benefit is something called an MSA, a Member Success Advisor. We are the only community in real estate that has this. And what this is a Member Success Advisor. I'm a brand new student. Okay. And for the most part, here's what kind of happens in most mentorships, okay? Most mentorships go, all right, you pay me, let's say, I'm going to pay $10,000 to learn how to basically, there's people that literally, all they do for the $10,000, they charge you $10,000 to learn how to cold call or to text, or there's one called the Driving for Deals thing, okay? $10,000, cold call, text, okay, great, cool. What do I get for that $10,000? Here's what you get. You get a 6-week module, okay, which means it's like a learn as you go, 6 weeks, and then you get one, if you're lucky. Most educators don't do this. 1 weekly call, and you have a lame Facebook group that nobody goes in. And then after this is what you get, and you get access to this. That's what you pay for $10,000. They make it sound a lot more amazing and appealing than that. But what you get is you get that for 6 months. And then if you want access to the lame Facebook group and the lame calls that they really don't care about, you now have to pay $200 a month for as long as you want to have access to that. Okay. That's the industry. In fact, that actually is the gold standard. That is what people go, yeah, if you do that, that's worth the money. Okay. Anybody in Sub 2, you guys think that that's even 1% of what you get? You guys that's probably not even 1%. Okay, it's not even close. And people don't understand that are not inside of Sub 2, and that's fine, whatever. But what we're doing is even now, when a student comes into Sub 2, here's what happens. They actually get onboarded, okay, and walk through. And they get introduced to all the benefits and all the features and all the 21 support calls every single week, and this amazing community that if I need anything, I have it. And that's not just us saying that. We all know that, right? People come in here and go, I got my first deal from another student. I got my private money lender from a student, my construction from a student, my Airbnb manager from a student. Literally everything I need is right here. And it's not just me begging for it because I see it on a list. It's people reaching out and pouring out into me. And honestly, I think most people that join Sub 2 are shocked and awed that they almost feel like all the other members of our mentorship are paid to do what they're doing, because they're like, how are you guys so helpful and so giving? You guys got to be on Pace's payroll. You guys got to be making money. And the reality is they are making money. How are they making money? They're actually doing deals with each other, unlike any other mentorship. There are mentorships that people do deals with each other. Yeah, and that's cool. They do a good job with that. Nobody comes close to what we do. We have a student today that just posted, they made $675,000 on one deal. Did you guys see that post? $675,000 on one deal. Now what happens is that student then turns around and then helps other students do the same exact thing through doing a live Zoom and saying, hey, let's do more deals. Let's do more deals. And it's all in this amazing community. Okay. And while this is amazing, and you guys all know in sub 2, you have unlimited access to me. We did a 5-hour Zoom last night, Q&A. It was amazing. We're doing a 7-hour Zoom today. We got 4 more Zooms on Saturdays and Sundays. It's like, this is what you have access to for the rest of your life for no additional cost. Okay. So forget about all that kind of stuff. Here's what we're doing is new student comes in. Okay. And they're green, right? They're really, really green. They go, I don't know where to go, where to start. Most people would, when they onboard a new student, they go, okay, here's what you do. You go and watch the 6-week course. That's where you're going to learn all the secrets and the tactics and the blah, 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 right? Okay, great. So that's my onboarding. That's it. Okay, great. And the reality is that is probably worth $10,000, maybe even more, especially if you take action. But what about the people that have a hard time realizing that what they learn inside the 6 weeks of like cold calling, texting, whatever it is, maybe direct to agent outreach, whatever it is, maybe that's not a good fit for their personality. What they basically have done is they've learned, I bought something and I'm the problem. I'm not an action taker. I think that there's some people that don't take action because they don't believe that what they've been told to go do is in alignment with who they are and their personality type. Do we all agree with that? Okay. So what we're doing now is this onboarding is going to be an elevated onboarding. Okay. So our onboarding team, they are called now MSAs. The MSA will actually be attached to you as a sub 2 student for 2 months, 60 days for anybody that was counting. Okay. And what do? Is they have weekly checkup and homework with you based on your avatar that you choose. They're going to give you specific homework, specific follow-up, very, very specific. This is your avatar. Oh, you want to do avatar number 1? Perfect. Let's commit to that for the next 60 days. And when you first join, you get all the amazing benefits that has made sub 2 the absolute most special community on planet Earth. But now you've got an MSA, a Member Success Advisor. That's what the acronym stands for. A Member Success Advisor that actually checks in on you, holds you accountable, and gets you through the 6-week training course. That's cool. But what I really need as a human being is I need 2 months of accountability. And I don't need to be charged extra money for it. I want support. I want somebody reminding me. I want to know that somebody cares about me. And of course, you get access to me. You got to come and ask questions. This week we're doing a social media Zoom, how to grow your brand, all private inside of our group, how to raise private capital, all private within our group. We've got mindset Zooms. We've got role playing. We've got calling live sellers. We've got all these amazing things. I'm barely even scratching the surface. Okay. So guys, if you are a newer student, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this one time. This is a pilot program that I'm working through the kinks. Okay. Maybe by the time you are watching this, this is not a pilot program anymore, and we are no longer working through the kinks. So I'm making this available to people who have been in the program for less than 6 months. Okay. So email support@sub2.com. Okay. Email support@sub2.com and say, hey, I'd like to be attached to an MSA, understanding that this is a pilot program that you are still working through the kinks. Do we all understand that? Okay. Now, if you're watching this on YouTube, unfortunately, I'm actually in a live Zoom right now, and I'm simultaneously streaming to YouTube so that at some point in the future, when somebody DMs me and says, Pace, how do I get started in real estate? This also helps me accomplish that. So I can go choose your avatar and go figure it out. Okay. What I'm going to be doing with our MSAs is our MSAs are actually going to give you the homework and follow you through that 60 days. And to me, that's priceless. So how much money am I charging extra once you join sub 2 to have access to that MSA? That is correct. $0. Here's what I am going to charge you. I'm going to charge you a go-giver fee, meaning that it is your job. If I'm going to provide such an outstanding, unparalleled level of value to you, it is your responsibility to do what back? There you go. Mingo says it. Pay it forward. And that is what has made Sub 2 so special. Okay. So last week we talked about 15 of the avatars. We're basically starting from scratch, and I'm going to get right into it today. Sorry that took me a little bit to warm up to it, but here we go. So there's 20 avatars. Okay. And an avatar, for people that don't know what the word avatar means, is it means a type of person. Okay. An avatar is a type of person. It's not the movie, even though that is a great movie. Okay. There are 20 avatars. And most people don't tell you this, but the person who tells you to cold call all day long is probably somebody that's going to be pretty dang good at cold calling. Don't you agree? Okay. Well, of course, that's what that person's going to teach you to do, is go cold call. And that's how you get started in real estate. Right. And some people like me go, all right, I'll try it. And I try it after 2 hours ago. Yeah, no. However, in the side, we got hundreds of people watching on a live Zoom, and we've got some people on YouTube. Who in here actually enjoys cold calling? Because there's always people that enjoy cold calling. Okay. See, Joel Fernandez says, yes, me. George says, I love it, but I don't do it anymore. Mohammed says, it's a rush. Okay. So do you guys now see what I'm talking about? Is there are very specific types of people that are like, there's no way I'm doing it. And then there's other people who go, I like it. I like it. Okay. So let's go into the first avatar. The first avatar is what you're primarily going to see on YouTube and other people trying to sell courses around, is something that we call DTS. DTS stands for direct to seller. Okay. So again, what question are we trying to solve here? The question we're trying to solve in this entire Zoom is how do I, Pace Morby, Catherine, Christian, Aaron Garcia, Billy Burke, how do I as an individual get into real estate? That's the question we're trying to answer here today. And I'm going to take my damn time on this. And if you can't hang with me, you're welcome to leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back, and do whatever you're going to do. I'm going to do what I want to do today. This is my Zoom. Okay, direct to seller is probably the most recognized, but nobody talks about this as direct to seller. Okay, what does direct to seller mean? It means I've got a homeowner. It's called the homeowner today. Their name is Tim, and Tim owns a house. And you've got Pace over here, which is an investor or somebody, an aspiring investor, literally calls, reaches out to the seller, texts the seller, advertise on billboards to try and get the seller to call him, whatever it is. They are doing outreach directly to the seller. Okay, this is why we call it DTS, direct to seller. Everybody understand what direct to seller means? Give me a yes in the comments. Okay. So direct to seller, what does that consist of? Let's go through it for a couple of minutes, okay? Direct to seller typically consists of cold calling, texting, let's say RVM or ringless voicemail, where you're calling people and leaving them a voicemail on their phone without it ever ringing. You're going to have what we call direct mail, meaning you're going to send them a postcard or some sort of envelope of some sort to their home and say, we buy houses. You could do bandit signs, right? The signs you see on the side of the road that say, we buy ugly houses, whatever. You can do billboards, TV, radio, right? You can do podcasts. I can tell you right now, no seller's ever listening to your podcast. So let's erase that, by the way. No motivated seller's like, man, that's a great podcast. I'm going to sell my house to this person as a discount, okay? Door knocking. You've got driving for deals, right? Using like an app to go find but the funny thing about driving for deals is guess what driving for deals really is? Driving for deals is just me finding an ugly house. And guess what I got to do? I got to either door knock, I got to text them, I got to cold call them, or I still have to send them direct mail or RVM, right? So driving for deals is kind of a funny thing because I still have to outreach to the seller. Does that make sense? Like if I drive around and I see an ugly house, did I get a hold of the seller when I just saw an ugly house? No. So just driving around looking at ugly houses doesn't do you any good until you actually call, text, reach out to the seller, right? Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, right here. These are things that you have to do if you see an ugly house. Okay. So driving for deals is just the beginning. Now, what are some other things we can do direct to seller, guys? What are some things we're missing? I know we've got SEO or search engine optimization, which means I've got a really great website, PPC. Okay. PPC, pay-per-click. It means, you're basically running ads to get sellers to see you and see your stuff. Demetrius says, I'm sure DTS isn't for me. It gives me anxiety thinking about talking to a red seller. Following up with a motivated seller may be different. Okay. ClickFunnels. That's interesting. Yeah. That's more like PPC and ads. Come on, guys. What else do we got? Give me some ideas. What other direct to seller strategies do we have here? What are we missing? Cold call, texting, RVM, direct mail, bandit signs, billboards. Well, we got door knocking right here. Door knocking's right here. Social media. I've never gotten a deal from a seller from social media. That's not, and by the way, guys, referrals. Is a referral direct to seller? It sure is not, because let's go back up here. If I get a referral, guess what happens is there's a person in the middle of this that's referring us. Is that now direct to seller or is that a referral? That's not direct to seller. There's no outreach there. Somebody else in that transaction right here, this person is putting us together. Okay. Okay, there we go. Craigslist. Craigslist is one. Kevin Cho in our mentorship does this a lot. Facebook Marketplace is another one. But again, guys, what do I still have to do if I go on Craigslist or I go on Facebook Marketplace? Do I get a hold of that seller just because I go on there? Or do I have to cold call them or text them? Or do I have to maybe send them a letter, right? Yeah, you do. You have to call them. If somebody has a house on Craigslist or MLS or whatever else, actually MLS, multiple listing service, that is not direct to seller. Okay. When you see a house on Zillow and there's an agent representing that homeowner. Okay, perfect. So you guys are now getting into levels of motivation, right? So you guys somebody just made a post or a comment saying calling for rent properties. You know what this is? This is actually not a mechanism. Okay. These are all mechanisms, right? Bandit signs and direct mail. These are mechanisms. This, a for rent or a FSBO, that's not a mechanism. You know what that is? That's a motivation list. That's somebody who has a very specific type of motivation. Guess what I still have to do? Just because there's somebody trying to sell their home for sell by owner on Zillow, do I still have to call them? Do I not, guys? Don't I still have to go knock on their door, guys? Okay, so is FSBO actually a direct to seller mechanism, or is that a motivation or pain list? Same thing for rent by owner. Is that a motivation or pain list, or is that a mechanism in which I get a hold of a seller? Right? Cool. What else are we missing here, guys? Anybody? Any other mechanism is in which I get a hold of sellers? Yes, no? Okay, great. I think we've covered most of them. There's some other ones, but they're really not that important. Okay. So Marco, an off-market lead through a real estate agent, is that a direct to seller marketing strategy, guys? We just talked about this. This is why I rehearsed this multiple times. If there's an agent involved, does that mean I'm direct to seller? You guys truly need to understand this. And I'm grateful that you're bringing this up. Please don't ever confuse referrals and agents as you going directly to the seller. When there's an agent involved, that's a completely different avatar. Okay? What we're talking about today is we're talking about going directly to a seller where you do the outreach. This is what happens when I let people come in that are late, is they miss the first part. What we're talking about right now is the first avatar, which is direct to seller. You will never be direct to seller when there's a real estate agent involved, a broker involved, a wholesaler involved, a referral from a probate attorney involved, a referral from a financial advisor involved. That is or is not direct to seller. Give me in the comments. Is that yes or no? Perfect. Do we now understand the difference in what direct to seller is? Okay. So let's ask a couple of questions of each one of these avatars. Why is this good? Right? Why do people like direct to seller? I'll tell you right now, they like it because they have control of their leads. They can go produce leads tomorrow. Okay? It is scalable as long as you have money. Okay? It is also, you can automate this business, whereas a referral business is actually very challenging to automate. So when you guys are going out and building a business, if you have to stay involved in that business after you grow it, do you feel like that's an automatic or scalable business model? Does the owner of a Subway franchise go in there and make the sandwiches himself every day, or has he delegated that task to somebody else and very rarely goes to a Subway franchise? Okay. I can tell you a direct to seller model is one of the very few avatars that we're going to go over today that actually can be automated and scaled. Very few of them. Okay. There are a couple others, but they're very, very, very few. Okay. You can delegate it. You can control it. You can also, I would say another one that's really fun is you can predict it. Okay, you can measure. I made 500 cold calls. I knocked 500 doors. I got this many deals. Okay. And when somebody says I'm working the direct to seller model, I always tell them if you don't have 50 leads, okay, I'm also going to answer the question of how many leads do you need on every avatar? How many leads? Guys, you need 50 leads for every contract that you get for cash. And you also need 50 leads for every one contract you get for creative. So creative finance will typically double. For us, it more than doubles. But for an average person, if you use creative finance and cash, you're going to get 2 contracts, one here and one here. You're going to get 2 contracts for every 50 leads that you generate. A lead, very simply, what is a lead? It's somebody with motivation. Somebody goes, yeah, I'm interested in an offer. Yeah, I'd have a conversation with you. I don't need to move tomorrow, but yeah, I'm open to having a conversation. Does that sound like a lead that you got? It doesn't matter if they want too much money. Okay, that's a lead. Somebody who has motivation. I am moving. I do want to move. I have some sort of whatever. The higher the motivation, the likelier that they'll sell. So a level of motivation would be something like a foreclosure. Do you think foreclosure, somebody's going to lose their house because they haven't made their payments? Is that, if you rate that out of 1 out of 10, what would you guys give that? 10? Typically, I would give that's the highest pain motivation right there. Foreclosure. Highest, right? Somebody going through a divorce, they may or may not keep their house. I'd say they're a 7 to an 8, right? Somebody maybe with an ugly house probably is more like a 4 to a 5 because they might just be a crappy homeowner. Or maybe they think their crappy house looks fine, right? So essentially, you've got to go find people who have motivation. They're open to having a conversation. And when you go do that, you'll get 50 conversations and go, yeah, I'm interested in an offer. You need 50 of those to get a contract. So if you guys are running the direct to seller model, which I do run the direct to seller model, you're going to need 50 leads for every cash deal you buy. and you're going to need 50 leads for every creative deal you buy. So essentially your conversion rate is going to be, you're going to get one contract out of 25 leads. Okay. So somebody just asked, is the Lanza method direct to seller? No, it's not. Okay. The Lanza method, you rely on other people and there's no control. Okay. You're relying on somebody else's direct to seller model. Okay. And we'll kind of map that out. Is this helpful for everybody? Are you guys enjoying this and getting some value? This is only one of 20 avatars, by the way. Okay. So there's your leads. Let's ask this question. Do we know where the leads come from now? Do we know how many leads I need in order for me to get a contract? Okay. The average contract that you're going to get in this world, if you're wholesaling, your average contract fee in the nation right now is you'll get a $15,000 wholesale fee for every contract you get. Okay. Pay attention to that number. It's very important. That's the average. You know, you've got other people that are like, I do $40,000 average. Well, national average is 15,000. How do I know that? That's the data from my title company and also the Information Market, which is a company that I do business with. They give me this data. I know this data. A $15,000 wholesale. Also, if you're going to wholesale a creative finance deal, you're going to be about the same average, about 15,000 bucks. Okay. Cash or creative. If you're going to wholesale, you're going to be 15 grand on either side. It's kind of your average. I'm paying right now a $200,000 assignment fee on a creative multifamily deal. That's kind of outside the average, right? So Cheryl is asking a question. How is the assignment fee determined? Well, Cheryl, if you answer that question today, I'm going to deviate away from the avatar conversation. And so what I'm really going to do today is I'm really going to focus on making sure I can get through the avatars. And what's great about Sub 2 in our community, guys, have I done a full-on direct to seller training before? What is it called? I have a direct to seller training. Here's the places. If you're a Sub 2 student, you can get the direct to seller training. Zero to Hero. Okay. Season 1, Zero to Hero Season 2. Right now I'm working on Zero to Hero Season 3 with Robin Hurt. We're going to be doing that in August. Okay. You'll watch us do this live. You guys have access to that. What's another way you can do this? Daily Dial, right? How to talk to sellers, how to negotiate. Also, Nightly Dial. Okay. And then also, last but not least, is my actual training in the 6-week course. Okay. Where else can you learn about this? Cody ended up doing 15 Zooms all about the systems and processes and KPIs and measurements of this business model. And where are those located? Those are in the vault. You can go watch those in the vault. Okay. So do you guys feel that it's necessary for me to go through the training today on exactly what this avatar is, the KPIs, how to build the systems, all of that kind of stuff? Okay. We're not going to go through that today. You guys as Sub 2 students have access to all of those things. That's why I, in my opinion, feel as if we have the greatest education on planet Earth is because we cater to each avatar. And when people say, Pace, you're crazy, you do so many Zooms. No. I don't do enough Zooms. I don't do enough Zooms because every Zoom is catered to a specific avatar, and not every single one of my students should be watching those Zooms based on their avatar. Okay. So if you have specific questions about this business model, I have laid this out so clearly. And Elena Tang just put the link to Zero to Hero right there in the vault, right there in the side chat, guys. You guys can go watch that. Okay. So let's ask the question of what is the negative, right? I've already talked about the positive here. What's the negative with this business model? I've talked to you about why is it good right here. Control, scalability, automated, predictable, lots of money. Okay. Our direct to seller business model in this world that we live in right now, we've kind of perfected. We bring in about $150,000 a month in our direct to seller model. I personally love the direct to seller model because of the control, the scalability. It is automated. I'm not involved in that business more than maybe an hour a week, and it's predictable. Okay. There we go. Here's the negative. A bunch of people gave really great answers here. Okay. What's the negative? It is the cost, right? Do billboards cost money? Do cold callers cost money, right? Well, here's the challenge. Like if you guys are going to start in this business, I will tell you right now, the first thing you need, no matter what avatar, let's go back to the very top. It doesn't matter who you are. The only thing that no matter what avatar you are, the only thing that you absolutely 100% need is what? You need to spend money on something. What's the number one thing you should spend money on when you're just starting your business? There you go. Effie said it. And you guys know we tell you guys to go to Prime Corporate Services. I don't own the business. I don't get paid for this. PrimeCorporateServices.com. You guys do get discounts, and they do track you if there's a customer service problem, and if you're underneath the PACE world, they will take care of you. I mean, they take care of all their clients, but they love the PACE clients. So PrimeCorporateServices.com/PACE. It doesn't matter what business model and which 20 avatars you choose, you are absolutely going to spend money. Okay. This is going to cost you a couple $100 to get an LLC and a protection. We've done so many Zooms on why an LLC is absolutely a requirement. You need to have an LLC. So outside of the LLC and setting up a bank account, some people go, why is an LLC important? Well, protecting your assets, having tax write-offs. And some people go, oh my gosh, that's overwhelming. I don't even know what that means. Well, don't worry. We have a lot of amazing training on that exact specific topic. But for me, I say get an LLC and get a bank account as quickly as you can, because you want to make sure you have an account that you're subconsciously saying, I need to fill this account. I need to fill this account. Okay. Peter says, so by the way, who in here is a Prime Corporate Services client and happy with Prime Corporate Services? This is why I push Prime, is because I love them. Look at all these, like you guys are, everybody's yes, 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 me. Love them, happy. I don't push anybody as strongly as I push Prime Corporate Services because of a couple of things. One, not everybody needs batch leads. Not everybody needs a CRM or a customer relationship manager. Not everybody needs all this fancy dancy software like PropStream, et cetera. Depending on your avatar that I'm going to go through today, you might not need any of those things. But one thing is for sure, it doesn't matter if you're a masseuse, a hairdresser, a nail tech, an accountant, a doctor, a lawyer, a real estate investor, it does not matter what you are, you absolutely need an LLC. And the company that I love more than anybody, as you guys can see in the hundreds of comments over here, everybody says PCS is great. Okay. So primecorporateservices.com/PACE, you get a discount. Great. Perfect. You are going to have to spend money to be successful in business, but here's why people are afraid of the direct to seller model, is because the cost above the LLC, like outside of the LLC, can be significant. Okay. There is one of the most important things you can track in this business model is something called cost per contract. Remember this, write this down. Cost per contract is one of the most important KPIs that we measure. What is a KPI? KPI is an acronym, and it stands for key performance. This is also in every business. This is not just us. Key performance indicator. So it's something like, I call 500 sellers, I get 1 contract. That is a KPI. That's a measurable key performance indicator. So when somebody says, well, I'm not getting any contracts, I'm not getting any deals, I'm not making any money, I go, okay, well, what are your KPIs? How many calls to each contract? They go, oh, I'm not making calls. Okay, well, good thing that we know that, right? And that's okay. But you need to know your key performance indicators, okay? Cost per contract. Listen to this. This is one of the most important things you will need to understand in your real estate journey. What is my cost per contract? If I spend $1, am I getting a contract? Well, I'm going to show you guys a little bit later that there are multiple avatars that is the truth. You can spend $0 to get a contract. And so that's why a lot of people gravitate to those avatars, is because of the cost significance of direct to seller really pushes people away. Okay. The cost per contract, let's go back up here to these mechanisms, right? We talked about these mechanisms. Why do people go to cold calling? Well, because cold calling is tried and true. It's been around for a long time. But what would you guys say the cost per contract is on a cold calling contract? What would you guys say? Okay. For us, I'd say that the average for our team is about $1,300 per contract. That means I spend money on virtual assistants, right? We talk about startvirtual.com. That's where we get all of our virtual assistants for cold calling, texting, accounting, bookkeeping, social media. Like literally every virtual assistant I have is from startvirtual.com. Well, that includes their payroll. That includes me pulling lists. That includes software, overhead, like literally everything. Okay. So let's do some math. If I go out and I spend $13,000 in marketing and running my business, how many contracts do I expect to get in a cold calling business? 10. So does that make sense? Cost per contract is incredibly important, right? So again, let's go back to this amazing other KPI right here. How many average deals does it take for us? Or what's the average assignment fee on a wholesale deal? 15 grand. So that's a pretty important KPI, right? If I spend, this is my company, by the way, because other people's companies are not going to be this way. I'll tell you guys kind of what the average is. If my company, okay, spends $13,000, that will typically get us 10 contracts. Those 10 contracts will typically turn into $15,000 assignments on average, which spits out a monthly income of $150,000. That's pretty cool, right? That's a KPI. How many contracts do you need? Or how much money do you spend gets you 10 contracts? How much does each contract make you? 15 grand. See, this is just a mathematical formula. So when people say, I'm not making money in my business, Pace, what's going on? I then start asking questions about their KPIs. So does this make sense that this business, why people like it, is control, scalable, automatic, predictable? This is why this is such a big business. And you see every influencer on YouTube and all their ads on Instagram and Facebook trying to talk about, let me show you how to get started in real estate. This is the biggest part of it, is direct to seller. Let me show you how to use postcards. Let me show you how to cold call. Let me show you how to use ringless voicemail. Let me show you how to text. Let me show you how to Let me show you how to door knock. Whatever it is, the direct to seller model is pretty predictable. As long as you're putting in the work, you can measure, well, if I spent 13 grand on virtual assistants, pulling my lists. For people that don't know what pulling a list means, it means let me go find and spend money on a foreclosure list, for example, or a divorce list, or a probate list, or people's, they can't pay their water bill anymore. There's literally lists for every little thing. And so what you do in this business is you're constantly tweaking and testing what list is generating the best deals and what list is generating the best leads. And you start getting better and better and better. Well, let me show you what the average is. The average in a cold calling business is about $2,500 per contract, which means that in order for them to produce the same exact results, they're going to have to spend about $25,000 a month. Doesn't that scare the heck out of a lot of people right now? That I'm going to tell you, you're going to go spend 25 grand a month to go and generate 10 contracts in your business? That's pretty scary, right? So does anybody in here have a problem with this and say, I can't go scale to $150,000 a month right now? Give me a yes if you agree with that. Okay. And I like what Christian says is not yet. Okay. So this is okay. This is an admirable way to go. And it's why it's the first avatar that I chose. Okay. It requires you to cold call and text and outreach to sellers and call them and do all of the things. Okay. Now the KPI here would be, now my cost per contract is $2,500. And if the average amount of money in the industry is $15,000, that means that I can make roughly $12,500 per month on average every time I get one contract by cold calling. Does that make sense? So you can back into what you want to make in this business. You literally go out and I need to make 20 grand. Perfect. If I need to make 20 grand a month in a direct to seller model, how many contracts do I need to get? 2 contracts. That's it. Pretty cool, right? You can reverse engineer into this and it's pretty predictable. It's awesome. Okay. Should I keep digging into this? Are you guys learning anything about the direct to seller model? Is this helpful for a lot of people? Give you guys some peel away the onions and all that kind of stuff. So direct to seller, when you're cold calling, this is tried and true. People have been doing this for so long. It's amazing. Cold calling is amazing. It's why it's probably 80% of where we get our deals from our direct to seller model. Now I get other deals from other business models, right? I have an avatar that literally I forgot to talk about. That's literally, I'm buying a deal today from my social media DMs. I'm going to talk about that as an avatar today, but that is not direct to seller. We're going to talk about that later. Okay. So from my direct to seller model, I would say all of our deals are coming from these 2 things, texting and cold calling. Okay. And here's why. It's not that these other mechanisms don't work. Okay. These are simply the most successful and the least expensive. Okay. So I'll do the ones that are green that are basically free. Okay. Door knocking, that's almost free. Okay. Your cost per contract is probably $100 because door knocking, you still have to spend money on gas, right? Okay. So you do have some cost associated with getting a contract. Driving for deals, accompanied with just calling or texting or door knocking is really, really inexpensive. Okay. Now, what you're going to start doing is you're going to start elevating to a little bit more expensive stuff. Okay. You're going to go to bandit signs. You're going to start spending some money. All right. Sorry. Let me get rid of those because those are whatever. Okay. You're going to start spending some money on bandit signs. I'm going to say that your cost per contract on a bandit sign is probably $3,000 to $4,000, somewhere in there, but they work. What people like is the type of leads. Okay. There's two types of leads in this business. Okay. What are those types of leads? You got 2 types of leads. One, you have an outreach lead, right? Where you call the seller. And the other type of lead in this business, direct to seller, not in general real estate business, but just in this model. The other one is inbound, where the seller calls you. Okay. And for that, okay, look at this. Corey Guzman. This is really great. Corey Guzman says, I blew my $5,000 monthly PPC budget. This is why I have not even highlighted PPC yet here in the colors, is because those are, in my opinion, one of the worst ways to get started when you're new. Okay. Direct mail, PPC, RVM, TV, radio, billboard. Most people will never go this route. Okay. Those are very expensive ways to get started in real estate. But why do people do them, guys? Let's ask a couple of questions. Why do people go jump into direct mail? Or why does Corey Guzman go spend $5,000 on PPC? The reason being is because people believe, 1, it's an easy button. Number 2, Miss Archie says they don't know better. That is correct. B, they're scared to talk. They're scared to talk to people. A lot of times it's time. Okay. Because maybe they're at a 9-to-5 job and they go, I'm at a 9-to-5 job. I can't handle cold calling, texting, following up and doing all that kind of stuff. Barbara Christie says bad advice. That's a really big reason why a lot of people go down that road, because of bad advice from influencers that are getting paid to tell you to go spend money on direct mail and RVMs and billboards and TV. And guys, like, that's a scaled business model. If you are doing any of these, you should have already done a deal. If you've never done a deal before, do not spend $1 on direct mail. Do not spend $1 on PPC. Do not spend $1 on billboards, TV. If you haven't done 50 deals, don't spend money on TV, radio, and billboards. Okay. This is why this is an interesting one. Does my whiteboard help you guys understand this, or is it more confusing? Do you guys like this style of teaching? Okay. So right here between the green and the blue, okay, this little section here, the green and the blue, that's where 80% of people get their first deal because of the cost effectiveness and because it's effective. So when people, there's a guy that runs a PPC business and he doesn't like me because I always tell the truth about this. This is the fastest. You want to talk to a seller? Fastest way to get on the phone with a seller is run PPC ads today. Pay per click, right? We buy ugly houses on Instagram. We buy ugly houses on Facebook. We buy ugly houses on whatever it is. And the seller clicks on that. They go, oh, you buy ugly houses. Perfect. And they call you, right? You're going to get on the phone the fastest with PPC. This is why people like it. They go, man, I can start a business tomorrow. Okay. Marco says, I have invested $20,000 to $40,000 and it is absolutely not worth it. Me personally, the only people that are successful in PPC are people that are doing it nationwide in very tertiary markets. What does that mean? It means like C-level markets. Phoenix, that's an A-level market. Miami, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, big cities, right? With millions of people. Those are A-level markets. B-level markets are like, those outskirts cities like, what's a good outskirt, like a smaller market, right? Under 1 million people. Okay. Then the C level, the tertiary markets, those are like 200,000 people. PPC works there. It works there a lot easier. And so what happened? Colorado Springs, Ogden, Utah. That's a really great one. I'm actually going to be going to Ogden. I'm flying to Utah tonight. I have a funeral that just popped up 2 hours ago. I'm going to be going to Utah tonight. One of my best friend's fathers passed away. He was like my father in a lot of ways. So, does this help you guys understand? Does this motivate anybody to go do PPC? Does this motivate you guys to go do direct mail? And so when people are pushing direct mail and like ballpoint marketing, this, that, and the other, guys, those strategies work in C-level markets. They do not work in A-level markets. Do not waste your time. If you're in Phoenix or you're a big market like Dallas or Austin or whatever, it probably would work in smaller stuff. Okay. And so these are the things that people don't teach you when you first get into the business. And this is why people get so lost, is because they hear people trying to sell you affiliates like ballpoint marketing. Great. I know people doing deals with ballpoint marketing and yellow letters and all that kind of stuff. They ain't in Phoenix. I'll tell you that much right now. They're like in small little teeny markets. Okay. Spokane, Washington would be a good one. Okay. So these are the ways these are the mechanisms to reach out to direct to seller. So the biggest negative with this, okay? The biggest negative with this business model is, number one, your cost. Okay. We've talked about cost per contract, so I can erase this. What's another negative to the direct to seller model? The negative to the direct to seller model is it requires you to be good or desire to be good. Doing what? Closing deals, talking to sellers. And this is where this is really challenging for people, is that they are the wrong fit for that business. They are more of an integrator. They hate talking to sellers. They hate talking to people. They'd rather sit behind a computer managing spreadsheets, but they're business oriented. They want to be an entrepreneur, but they're not a good fit. So Veronica Grimes right there, she says, that's me. So Veronica, are you ever going to be a Pace Morby? Are you ever going to be somebody that's going to go out and close deals? And guess what? I'll never be a Veronica. And so this is where this business has really done a disservice to people like my business partner, Cody Barton. Okay. Heather says, I need a Veronica. Heather's more like a Pace. Okay. So let's talk about this. Avatar number 2, for anybody that doesn't know. So avatar number 1, guys, we're going to hit it one more time. Direct to seller visionary. Somebody like me, I'm a visionary. I'm great at talking to people. I don't want to sit in front of a desk. I want to be out in the field. I get anxiety if I'm not talking to somebody. Catherine says, do you think analytical people can be good at closing deals? I think that they can close deals, but why would you? Here's a better question. Is Shaquille O'Neal really good? Was Shaq really good at, or here's a better question. Do you think Shaq had ever made a 3-point shot? Did he ever make a 3-point shot? He did. He's made a lot of, Shaquille O'Neal made a lot of free throws, and he made a lot of 3-point shots. However, he made a lot more layups, a lot of 10-foot jumpers, and a lot more dunks. Did he not? Wasn't his game. But the Lakers wouldn't have won those championships without him. And it's the same thing with people like Dennis Rodman. Was Dennis Rodman Michael Jordan? No. But guess what? I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way Michael Jordan would have won all those championships without Dennis Rodman. He was the god of defense. So you need to understand what you're good at and understand, guess what? Every single one of these basketball players, they won the same amount of championship rings, baby. I just want the ring. I don't need to be Kobe. I don't need to be Michael Jordan. Okay? So here's the challenge with this business is that everybody that is a visionary, okay, what do? They have, and I like these a lot, so I'm not criticizing this, but they have the Closers Olympics. So what does that do to everybody that's not a closer? Or in the back of their mind, they go, man, that sucks, man. I suck. I'll never be good in this business because I'm not a closer. I'm not a closer. I'm not a closer. Well, guess what? Who's the freaking person that alley-ooped the shot for you? Who's the person that generated the leads for these closers to actually close? Not the visionaries. In order to scale a direct-to-seller model, you have to have integrator tendencies. The unsung heroes in this business are the people who are in the direct-to-seller avatar, but they are integrators. They are the people that as you scale your business, they're the ones that are in charge of the leads. They're the ones in charge of the employees. They're the ones in charge of the tracking, the money, all of the things inside of the office and the management of human beings. Those are the integrators. So in my business, okay, I'm the visionary. And in my business, Cody is the integrator. You guys ever see Cody other than these private Zooms? No. Because Cody's busy running the back end while I go out and dominate and conquer new worlds. That's what my job is. My job is to raise capital, find new business opportunities, go out and recruit people, set the vision for the company. Where are we going? Okay, so Jamie Marco says, I think I could be a good closer, but I jam up on the paperwork. Okay, isn't that why we have transaction coordinators? When was the last time you think I did any paperwork on a transaction? That's when you dish it off to Shaquille O'Neal and have them dunk it because you're Kobe Bryant. You ain't going to be getting down there and doing all that stuff, okay? So, integrators. Jeremy Kerr says, they probably jam up in a bad way, okay? Jamie says, I answered, need a TC. Yes, you need a transaction coordinator. And do we have any transaction coordinators in here? People that are aspiring transaction coordinators through the transaction coordination Zooms that we've been doing every Saturday. Okay. So Catherine says, I'm good at talking to people, but I get stuck on the details and can't see how it will work on the fly. You know what's great about that is there's a whole other avatar in this group, Catherine, that will accommodate and help you through that process. And we'll get to them in just a little bit, but I love that comment. It's really, really good. So Wendy says, I'm an aspiring TC here. Wendy was in the last avatar Zoom with us. It was really, really cool. Adrienne says, I would be good at a transaction coordinator. Guess what? Most women, no offense to men, most women are because they're nurturing, they're caring. Men are not nurturing, and most of them don't have the capacity to care. Doesn't mean they're careless. It means they just don't have the capacity to care, okay? Okay, so Paul says, this is really good. Paul says, I'm somewhat more of a visionary than an integrator, but enjoy doing some of both. Me too, bro. I organize my own schedule. I organize spreadsheets. I go through my own bank stuff. All of those things are integrator things. I want to understand all the paperwork, but definitely don't like doing it. It drives me crazy after just a few hours. Great. Then we already know you are not an integrator. Okay. George says, I'm a visionary that can close deals, but I don't like cold calling. You see how diverse this world is? And that this is the only way for you to be successful in real estate. I don't care whose mentorship you joined, you will fail if you do not accommodate your avatar. You have to take into consideration. So George says, I'm a visionary. I close deals, but I don't like cold calling. So what do, George? You hire or bring out a partner maybe that's an integrator. That's what I did. I brought out my partner who's an integrator, and we hired virtual assistants from startvirtual.com. Little plug there. Yes, I do own part of the company. So you hire that out. You delegate that out. And this, again, goes back to why people have a hard time in this business model. That avatar is that it can be pricey. Okay. In that avatar of direct to seller integrator, direct to seller, actually both direct to seller and visionary and integrator, it's the same problem. You either have a lot of time or you have a lot of money. And when you first start, guess what you don't have? You don't have money. You have a lot of time. And so somebody does have to start generating the leads, whether it's door knocking, driving for deals, cold calling, texting, those types of things. Okay. Then you bring on an integrator, and the integrator pulls that out of the visionary's hands, and the visionary spends all their time closing deals. Then I'm giving you a phaseology of this, by the way. You want me to show you the phases of this business just real quick before I move on to number 3? Okay. Phase 1 of this business. 2 things. Either A, if you have money, you delegate lead gen immediately. Okay. And now you're going to get influencers. Some of them are my friends, and I'm going to tell them they're wrong. I don't care who you are. You're wrong. They're going to say, well, you should learn how to cold call yourself if you want to be good at running this business model. Guys, I've cold called maybe 2 hours in my life, and I dominate in this business model. Anybody feel like if you have a cavity, you feel like you should learn how to extract a cavity out of your mouth before you go and hire a dentist? Then why do you feel the necessity to learn how to do everything before you delegate it? It's a stupid thought process. Stupid. Okay. If you hire, so Zachary Daniel says, do you have to do you have to train the VA? So if you go to a company like startvirtual.com, Start Virtual onboards, trains, and gets them ready for you to start generating leads like immediately. So no, you don't have to train them and onboard them immediately, but you need to instill culture because they become your employees. They are your employees, but you also have to manage them along the way, right? But you're not the one that has to necessarily train them. Okay. So in this phase, if you have money, guess what you have to do, guys? You got to go delegate. Stop trying to learn how to extract a cavity before you hire a dentist. Just hire a professional. Somebody like a startvirtual.com is going to be a great fit for you. Okay. However, if you don't have money, let's say I don't have money, boom, boom, I have no money. What do? I do it myself. And this is also where people get burned, is they go learn how to cold call and text and door knock and all that kind of stuff. And if it's up to them, they're so anxiety ridden that their crippling anxiety just stops them in their tracks. Tim Smith says, this is where I'm at. Okay. Well, Tim Smith, maybe there's a variety of things you could do. Okay. So Gabriella, Ruben Ramirez, if you want to learn the direct-to-seller business model, where do we go? We've already covered this, but I'm going to say it again. Where do we go if we want to learn the direct-to-seller model? I really laid it out here earlier. Okay. Number 1, Zero to Hero Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, Daily Dial, Nightly Dial. We do training. We did a 6-week training course on this. Cody has 15 Zooms in the vault on how to build this business. Okay. So I'm not going to break down all of that kind of stuff because we've already done that in previous Zooms that are in the vault. Okay. Are we all on the same page? Give me a thumbs up on that, because there's a lot of people that are going to continue to ask questions about all of these different strategies, but they're forgetting that we've already done this in such depth over the last 2 years of compiling this data. Now, a couple of people have made some comments I'd love to chat with. Do I pull lists for the VAs or give them my criteria and they will pull the list? So Jamie, go watch Zero to Hero Season 1. It will answer every question you have about the direct to seller model with virtual assistants. Okay. And I don't want to get sidetracked. That's actually why I'm doing this avatar Zoom a second time, is because I got sidetracked and I felt like I didn't want to have people see that over and over and over. Okay. Okay. Somebody made a let's see, sorry guys, there's a couple comments that were made in here that I wanted to talk to. Okay. Tim Smith and somebody else was in here. Tim Smith and Gabriella. So Gabriella, let's chat for a second if I can get you on here. Hi Gabriella, how you doing?
Hi Face, how are you? Oh my God.
So
I'm
Gabriella,
losing my words right now.
Oh, good. That's perfect. So Gabriella, you're stuck in that model of like, I got to do it myself. And the anxiety and the crippling issues, basically you don't take any action.
Oh, well, I think I'm all over the place right now. Like I'm very, very excited to be in real estate and to do this. And I'm really, really excited to be in SAP2. I love everything in SAP2. I love your style. I knew that I'm going to be your student one day when I came across with you in October, November last year. So I'm like, okay, Pace right here. It's on my vision board. One day I'm going to be his student.
That's great.
So I've been in this mentorship for like 2 months and a half, and I connected with people. I was at the summit in April, and I'm trying to kind of find my way. I've been out there kind of.
So Gabrielle, I'm gonna guess that you did not watch my avatar Zoom last week.
I did watch not all of it because I had to run with the kids back and forth, but most of it.
Okay, so if you watched it, there's there's really a couple of things that I'm going to touch base on today that we didn't touch base on. But for you to say I'm lost, what more do you feel like you need beyond somebody telling you, here's the personality traits, here's the types of things? I think I have an answer, but I'd like to hear what you think. What are you missing? Like, this education is nowhere out there. There's no other community that's going to be more helpful than our community. Literally, there's no other community that will be more helpful than us.
I believe, yes, I know. Right. I know that.
So what is it that you feel like you're missing? I feel like I know what it is, and I want to give you some advice, but I want to hear from you.
Okay. So I think I'm missing a little bit of courage and confidence. And I would be fantastic to talk to people, like to sellers and everything else. Maybe I need a little bit to understand more how to structure the deals so I can kind of propose, to be confident in my proposals to the sellers. And this is why I was like doing the underwriting with Caleb the other night. And it was great because I got to understand a few things better than I knew before. I'm doing a little bit of TC so I can put that on my, my purse in a way, so I can utilize it to be able to talk to sellers, to go out there and talk to sellers.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna stop you because I got a couple of things I think that are really good here. Okay, so I'm gonna summarize this for everybody. So she's been in the program for 2 months. She's made a lot of friends. Do you feel the love in here? Do you feel like this is
like a family? I do. Yes, for sure.
In fact, there are people in the side chat saying, "I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll help you." Right? That doesn't exist anywhere else. Pretty amazing.
Yes,
okay, so
totally
get that. So why did I create the nightly dial? I created the nightly dial, which is 4 hours of us giving new people the opportunity to talk on the phone with an actual seller from a lead that we have generated. That's every night. Yes. So when you say, well, I need confidence, I need reps, I need this, that, and the other. So before you go spend money on a direct to seller model, I give you guys the proving grounds and the space to go practice, right? Especially with each other. So have you gotten on the phone on the nightly dial or not? Okay. Well, now we know your homework, right?
Oh my God. Okay. Yes. Yes, we do.
I mean, where else are you going to go? Are you going to do that by yourself? Or are you going to have people add the courage to you in the nightly dial? We get hundreds of people on those Zooms.
Yes.
Who loves the nightly dial, by the way? Give me some love in the side chat for the team that's running that. I think we spent $12,000 last month generating leads for you guys to practice on.
Okay.
These are real leads. And guess what, Gabriella? I expect you not to close them. I expect you to make a ton of mistakes. And there was a point in this nightly dial that we go, before you go jump into the direct to seller model and calling sellers and all that kind of stuff, practice on our leads and our expenses. No other community does that. So Gabriella, you really got to go in there and just go, get me on the phone.
And embarrass myself.
Right. So who's gonna hold Gabriella accountable? By the way, what accountability group are you in?
Michigan.
Okay. Elena Tang says she'll hold you accountable.
Oh my God, Elena, I love you, girl.
Okay. So Gabriella, you need to get on the phone call with the seller today and quickly, as fast as possible, make a ton of mistakes.
Okay.
You should have pride when you say, Pace, I made a mistake. And you know what my favorite beginning of every question is? Pace.
What's it?
I have a problem.
Yes, I know that.
I got a voice memo. You know what's funny about Ingrid? Okay. So Ingrid, ironically today, sends me a voice memo and she says, hey, Pace, I know you're going to love this. I have a problem.
Sure.
But what's interesting about Ingrid is that, you know, she was in here in sub 2 for 4 months before she actually took action. And so, you know, as we've elevated the mentorship, one of the things we've elevated is how do we force people to take action? How do we create a world where I know this is the avenue I want to go down, but I need somebody to hold me accountable. So for example, if you're a newer student, which you are, Gabriella, you are a newer student, our MSAs or our member success advisors will give you the homework of, you need to get on the nightly dial. And we need to get you on the phone call with a seller this week. And then you need to come back and report back to me. So that is a big thing that the MSAs are going to be doing, is forcing you to take action through the resources that we do. Because other mentorships, what do? They go, all right, Gabriella, courage, be awesome. Go watch the training, go figure it out, right? That's how most mentorships are. So Elena, when are we going to get her on here? When are we going to get her on the call? Are we going to do it tonight? We're going to do it tomorrow night? What are we doing?
Oh my God, Face.
I mean, what are you waiting for?
I don't know. Push.
Yeah, you need to
giving it to me right now.
Okay, so this is what I'm telling you. This is what everybody else in real estate is missing.
Yes.
They're missing a community of people that will push you because they love you.
Oh, you make me cry right now.
Okay.
Yes.
So you need to be pushed. I don't call it pushing. I call it pulling. I want somebody to pull me through the fire.
Okay. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
I want somebody to grab me and pull me through the fire. That's what I want. And I need that in my life too.
Yes.
I'm not special. You and
Thank
I
you
are
guys. I look like the chat. They're so sweet. You guys are so sweet. I love you all. Thank you.
Okay. So as we're going through this avatar Zoom and I'm giving you guys these strategies, right? There's literally no reason why you should think I'm just giving you education. You have a community of people, hundreds and hundreds of people in here that will grab you and go, let's go over to this other resource Pace created that is live every day for 4 hours just for you to get on a call with a seller, where the hope and the desire is for you to fail.
Yes, so you can learn.
And have fun.
Yes.
It's so fun. It's so fun. Like the nightly dial is so fun, where there was a point, I was doing this for a couple of months where I was paying students to make the biggest mistake. Like I part of me wants to bring it back, but the nightly dial hasn't really needed it. But I was thinking once a month, I was thinking about coming up with a competition where whoever made the biggest mistake on a phone call with a seller, they screwed it up so bad.
Oh my God.
The person
you awarded for that?
They were going to be, I was going to fly them out and put them up in a hotel and have them spend the whole day in my office, like shadowing my team. That was the reward.
I can do that.
Because you have all the pieces, right? You have all the pieces. You have the community. You have brothers and sisters in here that are like, we'll help you. We'll help you. We'll help you. So guys, if that's something you're struggling with, what you need to do is you need to text another student and go, can you hold me accountable to get on the nightly dial? Let's go in there together. Okay. So Gabriella, who would you say is your best friend in sub 2 so far?
Jacob Johnson, Josh, Norbert, Elena, Tang, Carolyn is cool, Nicole, Tether. I have a few of them.
Okay,
Joe.
So you got a lot of people. Do you have their cell phones?
Yes, I'm about like 50 of them.
Amazing. I've never had 50 friends in my life before I joined sub 2.
I've been talking. I'm like friends, but I've been talking. I've been contacting people and Eddie. Oh my God, I forgot Eddie. Oh my God, Eddie Martin.
Yep.
Yes.
Ash Brothers.
Oh my God, yeah, he was fantastic. Yes.
Okay, so Gabrielle, here's what I want you to do. Okay.
Yes.
We found the missing link, didn't we?
I guess. Yes.
Okay. Everybody else is listening to this right now. They're like, oh, Pace found Gabriella's missing link. Man, I can't wait until Pace tells me what my missing link is.
Yes, right.
As if you have a different one.
Okay.
Guys, we all have the same problem. You are lacking community and accountability. You can get all the education you want from all these knucklehead influencers all over the world. Yes. What we're trying to do is we're trying to categorize. You find your personality and your avatar. Okay, that's step 1. Step 2 is you make 25 friends. You guys already know that. That's homework in sub 2. So you make 25 friends. Has that been helpful for you, Gabriella?
Yes. I was able to talk to people to kind of see their perspectives and how they are doing the stuff. So yes, it was very helpful actually. And the connection and the fact that we are all wanting the same thing and we can collaborate and
it's in a safe space, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the third thing that you need to understand that you guys have is you guys have accountability partners in here that are a community of people that also are go-givers that want to help you. Okay.
Yes.
So what do you do when you have these people? Here's what you do. You ask them to keep you accountable to your avatar. So what I want you to do right now, Gabrielle, is I want you to text 5 of those people.
Okay.
The first 5 people come to your mind. Elena, you've already texted Elena because you've talked to her on Zoom.
I'm getting texts. I'm getting so many texts.
And this is the power. This is the power of our community.
Yeah, my phone is blowing up.
Everybody's on here going, oh my gosh, Gabrielle, I didn't know this was a problem of yours. Let's solve this problem. And everybody's crowdsourcing their issues.
Yes.
Okay. So everybody in here, I'm giving you homework right now. Yes. Hundreds of people watching this. Here's your homework. Come up with your avatar today. You need to come up with that. Are you a direct-to-seller integrator? Are you a direct-to-seller visionary? Are you one of the other? Okay, you're a visionary. Perfect. But we've got 18 other avatars I'm going to go through. So pick one of these avatars. Okay.
Yes.
Go to your 25 friends. If you haven't made 25 friends in here, shame on you. I know Gabriella has, but other people paying attention. If you haven't made 25 friends in here, Gabriella and everybody else in the side chat, how absolutely important is it to make those 25 friends?
Very important. Yes, it is. It's great.
Okay. You make those friends. And then what I would ask you to do is now tell those people what you're trying to accomplish and have them hold you accountable, because they're going to go into the daily dial with you. They're going to go into the nightly dial with you, and they're going to be there with you like brothers in arms. They'll go, all right, Gabriella, let's go.
Yes.
In fact, what I would do is if I was Elena Tang or somebody else, I would go, all right, Gabriella, I'll take a call with a seller first, and then you can follow me.
Okay.
Okay. These are things that help encourage other people so we take action together, right? Does that make sense, everybody? Now, yes. I'm not saying Elena should have to do that. That's not, her business model is actually not direct to seller. What is Elena's business model? She's a helper.
She's a helper. Yeah.
Her avatar is a helper. And she's coined it as the Elena method.
Yes. We had a good call. We met at the summit, and then we had a great call afterwards on a Saturday evening.
Right. She's basically created $5,000 of cash flow, net cash flow in her business in the last 6-7 months
Wow.
by doing one thing, helping other students, and she's serving people.
Yes.
Okay. So she's a helper avatar.
Yes.
She's not
Yes.
direct to seller.
Uh-huh.
Okay. She's
Yes.
helping other people who are direct to seller. And so that's a whole nother business model we'll get into. But, but Eddie, right? One of the
Yes.
Bash brothers.
Oh my God. Yes.
He's
Eddie,
direct to seller.
Yes. He's awesome.
Okay.
Yes.
So I would text Eddie right now and say, Eddie, Pace told me you need to take me on a date to the nightly dial.
Okay. He'll love that. Yes.
So everybody else in the chat, who is going to the nightly dial and who are you taking with you? Who are you taking on a date? Okay. Who are you taking on a money date to the nightly dial? Okay.
Yes. Okay. Tonight.
Okay. Dan Quijano is in here right now.
Oh, yes. Oh my God. Hi. He's the best.
He is the best.
Oh.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
So do we now, so when you hear your avatar and you still feel lost, do we now know what you're missing?
Yes.
Because you might get a strategy. You might get the greatest book. You might go on YouTube and listen to the greatest motivation, but if you don't have community and accountability, you will fail. No man can be as successful as an island.
Yes, I hands down. I believe that. Totally believe that.
However, Gabriella, what you have not been doing is you have not been relying on them. You're becoming friends, but this is the community where you and your friends make money together.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So after a while, you have to measure these friends of yours as, are they helping me get to my goal? And if the answer is no, what do I do? Well, I need to change how I'm approaching them. And I need to tell them, will you help me stay accountable to my goals?
Okay. Got it.
In fact, Gabriella, you have a vision board, right?
Yes, I do. And you are right there. I'm not going to show it to you though.
Okay. So here I am. You've manifested a conversation with me that made you cry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So here's my question. What other students are on your vision board for you to help keep them accountable?
None. But there will be.
Shame.
But I would love to help someone, but first I have to kind of
no, you
find
don't.
my way so I can help some.
No, you don't,
I
Gabriella. No, you don't.
Yes.
What you need to do is you need to go and take action on the nightly dial, and you need to bring other new people with you. Like, hey, let's go do this together. What do you have to know? You don't have to know anything. You just need to have your amazing personality, go and pull other people through the fire with you and go, let's do this together.
Okay. I can do that. I have a couple of them in my mind that I can.
Then text them right now. Let's go to the nightly dial tonight. I'm going. You're coming with me. Hey, Dan Quijano.
Yes. He was saying something here.
We need to get Gabriella on the phone tonight with a seller, please.
Oh, okay.
and Gabriella, you need to name 2 other people to do the same thing. And those people, here's the thing. I'm proud of you when you get your first deal. But I'm impressed by you when you help somebody else get their first deal.
Yes, I would love that too.
Do you want me to be proud of you or be impressed by you?
Both.
Okay.
Yes.
So if somebody's ever watching this avatar Zoom and they go, I know my avatar, but I'm still stuck. This is why I called Gabriella up here. Gabriella, do you now feel stuck or do you feel like you have a little bit of momentum?
Yes, I have a little bit of momentum.
It's a little bit scary. It's like your first date. Like, oh my gosh.
Oh my God, I'm like sweating.
Right.
Like I'm taking a shower right now.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Daniel Robbins says it gave me so much confidence when I first did the nightly dial, right?
Yes, I believe it.
Ooh, interesting. So Robin Hurt says she's safe. No seller calls due to the competition tryouts. Can you, Daniel, what can we do to get her involved in something tonight? Let's get her on a phone call, or let's get her on the calendar for days she's supposed to get on a phone call with a seller, because we are doing a competition tonight in the nightly dial.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
And
okay.
Crystal says,
I can just chime in and just like listen to you guys. If I
no,
don't, no.
we need to get Gabriella taking some action today. Daniel says, text me. I'll make it work. No watching. Thank you, Quijano. This is why he's awesome. EQ, baby. Derek Queen. So, Crystal says, I've done the daily dial, but not the nightly dial. So if you're a brand new student and you don't know the difference, then daily dial is early morning with Caroline.
Yeah. Which when I'm at work.
Right. And that's role playing, right? That's practicing. And you're role playing with other people. It's where Munif, who got second place in the Closers Olympics, started his journey, right?
Yes, he's amazing.
Then Quijano runs the nightly dial, which I feel is one of the most important things you can do is get on the phone with a seller in front of your peers and go, wow, that was so easy. Hey, Quijano, who was it a couple weeks ago? His name eludes me. He came in.
Mamadou says that the morning dial made me. Huh?
It was one of our brand new students. He was like 2 days into the program. He wouldn't even turn his camera on because he was so self-conscious. There it is, Todd. It was Todd Holmes. If you guys haven't seen that Zoom with Todd Holmes, he came in about a month ago to one of our Q&As, and he didn't even want to turn his camera on because he was embarrassed and all these other things. We get him on the nightly dial, and all of the sudden, this guy turns in a freaking monster, and now he's got all the confidence in the world, like in one day. And look, Daniel Quijano says he killed it yesterday in the competition too.
Wow.
This is what you need, Gabriella.
Yes. Thank you so much, Trace. Yes.
Okay.
I'm excited for this. Yes.
So everybody paying attention, imagine you are Gabriella and I am talking to you. Even if this is in the future, even if you're not a sub-2 student, what you need is accountability and community more than anything else. Gabriella, did you ever go to high school?
Yes.
Okay.
I went through that.
Okay. But for me, when I was hanging out with my friends late at night, Friday nights, Saturday nights, did anybody ever show up home? You ever go home late past your curfew?
Yes, a couple of times.
Okay. And your parents didn't like it, but what was your excuse? Your excuse was, I lost track of time. That's like,
yes, that was, I'm sorry. I just lost track of time. Like it was so fun outside.
Right. So what's funny about real estate is everybody's afraid to take action. And so what we've done in this community is we've created an environment much like high school where you're having so much fun with other people that you lose track of time.
Yes, totally.
Okay. You're out there doing the fun thing. So guys, that's the thing you're missing. You're missing those childhood days and that feeling of elation, excitement that you're hanging out with your friends. And so if you're watching this on YouTube, you're reading a book, you're in a seminar, all of those things, you leave and you have no traction in your business, it's because you're missing one thing. You're missing implementation through accountability and community. The two things that human beings need. We are a freaking animal, just like a pack of wolves. We're a herd animal. We need people around us. That makes us happy.
Yes.
So Gabriella, I'm going to give you homework.
Yes.
Have people holding you accountable. And I want you to name a couple of people in the next week that, thank you, Elena Tang. She just put together the Todd Holmes before Zoom and the after Zoom. Thank you, Elena.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
I didn't treat him as sweetly as I'm treating you right now. I was yelling at him.
Oh.
Yeah, I was yelling at him.
Okay.
And he took the action. He went and did it. Okay, so
thank you, Elena.
Number one, you already got what you needed. You're right. You have other students that are going to keep you accountable. Here's what I want you to do in the next week. And when I see you in another Zoom, I want you to tell me you did this homework. And everybody else, pretend like you're Gabriella. Pretend like you're Gabriella. Pay attention to me. Are you guys paying attention? This is homework for everybody. I don't care what your avatar is. This is homework for everybody. Ask yourself this question. Why is somebody else and their first deal not something on your vision board? And I want you to name 2 people's names that are in your 25 friend list that have not got their first deal. And I want you to care about somebody else's vision as almost as much as you care about your own.
Yes. Nicole Tether, she's in Michigan as well. She has not gotten her first deal yet.
That needs to be on your goal sheet. You need to help 2 other people. That needs to be something that makes you a leader in this community. Again, I'm proud of you when you do your first deal, but I'm impressed by you when you help somebody else.
Yes. Totally. Yes.
Okay. And when you, here's what happens. People say, I see all these students hanging out with Pace and doing all these things with Pace, and they stay at his house and they do this. Do you know who hangs out with me out of the student base? The people who impress me.
Yes. Yes.
The people who impress me by helping other people more than anybody else.
Yes. Yes. I believe it. And actually I was working, because we had an accountability meeting in Michigan 2 weeks ago. And I was trying 3 weeks ago, I was trying to put a list with all the people in Michigan and meet at one place, so I can kind of meet each be together and interact and maybe do some deals together. So I was working on that when actually Elena called me that evening, and Josh Norber was giving me some of the students. I have taken a couple of them from the meeting, so I kind of had to put the list together so we can meet somewhere. We said that maybe not everyone will be able to come, but maybe we can, at least 15-20 of us will be able to meet and work together.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got your homework?
Yes, I got my homework. Yes.
Everybody, are we going to add this to our vision boards? And our goal sheet is we're going to put 2 specific people's names on our vision board. And here's the thing is, like, if you put somebody's name on your vision board and you are specifically not the person that helps them get their first deal, that's okay. Because sometimes just manifesting for somebody else and caring for them and putting a prayer in your heart and being, sending out that energy actually will cause a trickle effect that they get their first deal, believe it or not. So do you have 2 people on your vision board that you specifically name that your goal is to help them get their first deal?
I will have them tonight, right now. After I finish talking with you, I'll put them right there.
Give me everybody on the same page. We know that's our homework. Give me a yes in the comments. Everybody. Now, here's what's funny is the people that are the leaders in the group, you will see they naturally do this. They naturally do this. I didn't have to give them that homework. They naturally do it.
Yes. Helping others. Yes, for sure.
Okay. And the funny thing is last night on our long 5-hour Zoom call, Munif says, every dollar I've made in real estate has come from helping people inside of this community.
I completely believe it. Yes.
So you get people that are natural givers, and this community allows them to do so. So Gabriella, are you a natural giver or not?
I am, actually.
Okay. What has been stopping you?
I guess I had to find my way for myself so I can help others too. And in my daily meditation and prayers, I'm saying that, like, please God help me so I can help others too.
Okay, so let's talk about this real quick before we move on to the next avatar. Has this been a helpful thing of bringing Gabriella on here, guys? Has this been helpful for everybody? Okay.
Yes.
I'm telling you, no matter what the accolades are, no matter what amount of money I have, none of that stuff. What do I want on my headstone when I die? All I want, I don't want to say my name. I just wanted to say, go giver. That's I want to die that. That's all I want to die as is that. Give. You can't stop the money. You can't stop the money from coming at you. Okay. So you might think it's insignificant when you say, well, I haven't done a deal and I haven't done a this and I haven't done a that. But what's funny is when you're getting text messages from all these students, do you not feel the significance of that love?
Yes, no, it's true. It is impressive. I'm like, my phone is like blowing up. I'm like,
okay, but why, Gabriella, are you not doing the same thing to other people and saying, let's go to the nightly dial together. Let's be accountable to each other. Let's go hang out as a party and the nightly dial, the daily dial, etc.
Yeah, I should have done that. Yes.
Is that not a significant value to that person?
Yes, it is for sure. Yes.
Even if you've never done a deal before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so now what is going to stop you guys? Not you, Gabriella, because I think we've overcome this, but what will now stop you guys from saying, I've never done a deal. What am I going to do to help? Do we see these little things could be the biggest thing in people's life?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Gabriella. Thanks for the
Thank you
comment
so
in the
much,
side chat.
Faith. Thank you
Of
so much.
course. There you go. See, so Dom says, see, that would bless me indeed. It would and enlarge my territory, that your hand would be with me. So super interesting. Okay, I know that. That's a verse. So guys, you don't have to be the person that's doing thousands of deals to be the person to help somebody else. Go to the nightly dial and be accountable. You see what happened with Gabriella, where students were reaching out and texting her? What's keeping you guys from doing that to other people? Okay. All right. So let's go from the feel good to the technical stuff. Catherine, you have your hand raised. Before I get into more avatar stuff, do you want me to touch base on a question you might have?
I just was I feel like I know, or I think my problem is I have an inkling of what I want my avatar to be, but I'm not having patience. I'm not seeing the results, and I'm so like my ego's yapping at me like, why are you getting results? And my higher self's like, well, you're doing all the things, just be patient.
Yeah. It's tough. I think that's really one of the hardest things is like, once think about like, have you ever been on a diet, Catherine?
No. Well, yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay. Did you successfully accomplish that?
Yeah. Cause I like kill myself. I'll do anything and just keep going. I'm
That's interesting. That's super interesting. Because most people, when they say, yeah, I've been on a diet, I go, how long did it last? They're like, I don't even know. I honestly, by day 2, I forgot I was even on a diet. Right. So like most people's challenge is their lack of consistency, and they'll just go do something for 2 or 3 days and they won't do any more. And I would tell them that usually the answer in my own personal life is that I didn't, again, have accountability and community. I didn't have somebody else. Why do you think I'm always traveling around the country with Jamil or other people? It's way more fun. It makes the journey exciting rather than going, man, I got to travel all the way over here and do this, rather than like, oh, cool, I get to hang out with my buddy and go eat fun food while doing these other things, right? So what do you feel like is the avatar you have?
Well, I wanted, because I'm a mom and I've got a lot of things going on. So I'm really wanting to like build my wealth and my passive income, but I don't have the money to do that yet, so
Of course, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how, I want to buy houses. So I want to be a house buyer, but I'm not there yet to just be like, oh, here's $5,000 non-refundable payment. Like, I can't do that. So then I'm like, okay, I need to partner. So I want to be a Gator lender. And then I'm like, that's a slow build. So I can't really do that now. I'm working to get there. So that's not happening now. And then I'm good at calling, and everyone says you just need to practice more. And I feel like I like talking to people, but I'm not, there's like this hump that I'm not getting over, even though I've been doing it for 6 months. So that's like frustrating me. And then I want to like partner, like, okay, I need to, it has to be my deal. So I have 30 days to get my ducks in a row to be able to buy this house. But the deals that like I'm involved with aren't ones that I ever want to buy. So that's where I'm just like, I know what my avatar is and where I'm headed, but I'm not getting there fast enough. I
think the avatar that you were referring to is being a buyer, right? It's one of the avatars is being a buyer. Now, the misnomer for a lot of this is that you can only be one avatar. And I don't want to go down that road, because then people go, well, I can be 7 avatars.
And I can be too much.
Right. And it will kill you. So it's like, you need to focus on one for a while, build the first step, then the next step, and the next step, and the next step. Right. So what's funny is like, especially if you build a set of stairs, right? A set of stairs actually looks very similar to this. So you go, all right, well, here's the first step. Okay. Then here's the second step. There's the third step, and so on. Right. And you kind of see where I'm heading with this, is that this first step, although you no longer can see how significant it is to the whole foundation of all the other steps, you only see this much of it over here, this little teeny piece over here. And so what's problematic is people go and build steps like this. And what happens is by the time they're standing on this step, the whole thing topples down because there's no support system underneath this or this. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So you're not spending enough time on that first step, that first foundational thing of like, let me focus on my time and energy. So you're saying you're calling sellers and you're working deals, but you're seeing deals that you're like, I don't know that I want to buy in these areas or this type of house or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
So why are you helping those specific people in those specific areas or that type of property?
It's because it's the Lonza method. So we haven't really had
Okay.
control about who brings us deals.
Okay. So what a wonderful thing that you just hit, right? Because what did we talk about with the direct to seller? The direct to seller, number one benefit is control. So this really hits home on this, is that when we get into some of these other strategies, you're going to lack control of where your leads are coming from and who you're dealing with, because you're not relying on your own business. You're relying on somebody else's business, right? So why couldn't you get these deals and then assign them to somebody else in the mentorship?
Well, of course we could, but a lot of them have just been in really rural areas that nobody wants.
Okay. So here's what I would do. Okay. I would probably start limiting myself when you're talking to wholesalers, saying, I really want to focus in 25 areas. Okay. Markets that have 1 million plus people, markets that are in the Sun Belt or whatever it is that you cater to. Cause I won't even look at a deal if somebody sends me something in North Dakota. Won't even look at it. Could be the greatest deal. It's going to make me $1 million. I won't even look at it. Right. So I have 19 very specific areas I buy in. If it's outside of those areas, my team doesn't even look at it. We reply back and go, so sorry, please work with another student. So have you narrowed in as a buyer or narrowed in as somebody that you go, all right, I'm going to help these wholesalers with these deals that I know I have somebody that will buy this deal because it's not a rural area. You haven't narrowed in. You're just kind of like, shh. And you're getting some good reps in, but what's happening is there's no narrowed focus, and you're not telling people, hey, love this. This is great. Appreciate this, but I got to focus on markets that are at 1 million plus people in order for me to really look at this, right? So that would be my suggestion to you, first and foremost, is come up with a very specific buy box for yourself. Now, the question is, Pace, can you please just tell me what my buy box should be for a lot of people that are watching this? So Catherine, where do you want to buy?
I want to buy in Arizona and Texas and Atlanta and Florida.
Okay. So have you written that down, and then you primarily go after people, and when they send you an opportunity, you go, hey, I'm really focusing on these areas?
I haven't done that.
Okay. Well, there might be some missing link right there. You're probably a little bit too vague and ambiguous. And the other thing is, if I'm doing the Lonza method, which we're going to go into here in a little bit, I'm only focusing on very specific Facebook groups and Craigslist and other places that are only specific to those areas. So like Florida Wholesale Group, Texas such and such, Lone Star Buyers, whatever it is, whatever Facebook group, I'm only focusing on in those areas. Where are you currently getting your lead flow? Is it coming from the Creative Finance with Pace Morby Facebook group?
No, I'm JVing with another leader who's sort of, I haven't been generating it at all myself. I'm really just the lead manager.
Okay, got it. There's a problem. Now we're uncovering some issues. So not only do you not have control from the wholesalers, you also there's another layer of lack of control. So you're basically succumbing to everybody else's control, and you're wondering, why am I not doing deals in areas that I want to do deals in?
Well, I'm not wondering. I know.
Okay, there we go. There we know. Now we know the problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the question is, how do I fix that? I'm not going to answer this one because it's so obvious, and I think we've already said it. I just want to hear you say it. What do I need to do to change this?
Well, maybe I can contribute to our deal flow by marketing myself in other places.
Or, Catherine, it sounds like you might be partnered with this person to some degree. So maybe there's some affiliation and some loyalty there, which I respect, and I adore that you're doing that. Is there a way you can be a lead manager for maybe somebody else that's actually focusing on the Lonza method in areas that you actually want to work in?
You could consider it, yeah. But
because I'm telling you right now, Catherine, if I'm working the Lonza method, I would kill to have you. Right? Somebody who is tenacious, follows through with stuff, has a level of impatience. You know, one of the worst things about most employees is they have an abundance of patience. I would rather have you on my team that is like hard on themselves all day long and want more and more and more. And I want more traction than somebody who's the opposite. So that's not something you need to fix. I like that. I love that about you. Because you know what's funny is, Catherine, I'll get a lot of people ask me a question. Pace, how do you stay motivated all the time? What are you doing? How are you structuring your day? Catherine, you don't have that problem.
No.
In fact, you might think internally, there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. The patience level is perfect. Keep it exactly where it's at. Be impatient, be upset, be frustrated with all those things. It's what drives you to take action. The challenge is you've put your engine into a vehicle that's going down a path you don't want to go down. You're helping people working deals in areas that, one, you guys don't have buyers because it's rural areas. And two, these are areas you wouldn't want to buy in the first place. Right? So do we kind of know what you need to do? Maybe go either A, help out with the lead generation side, or B, go to the person who you're working these deals with and say, hey, can we accommodate and maybe do Arizona and Texas as well as what we're also doing so that I have the opportunity to buy some of these deals? And by the way, Catherine, do you need money to buy deals?
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
No, I've been trying to do my networking to meet, to find PML and start networking before.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, does Catherine need to show you any more like technical ability and care to get deals done for you to want to lend money to her? I'm telling you right now, I would give you money, and I'm not a private money lender. Do you guys agree? Does everybody agree with this? Do you guys see her, like the level of care? I would trust this woman with my money in 2 seconds. See, Cammie says, reach out, Catherine.
Okay.
Okay. Money's not your problem. Don't ever let that be your problem. No joke. We probably have $10 million in money in the chat in this Zoom right now. Easy. I have one person in here. I have $600,000 of their money right now. I just found them like a week ago.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money. And look, Adrian says, yep, my coffers are full. Okay. And Mike says, I got you in Atlanta, Catherine.
Okay, cool.
So Catherine, I'm going to say this again. Do you need money?
No.
No. Are you a Kevin Costner fan?
I don't watch TV anymore, but I was before.
Okay, but you've seen The Field of Dreams?
Actually, I didn't see that one.
Did you see Dances of Wolves?
Yes.
It's a phenomenal movie. But anyway, the greatest line in Field of Dreams is, if you build it, they will come. And so that it reminds me, whenever I am talking about private money, you being in here and you being consistent and you're connecting and you're being friendly and you're raising your hand and you're doing these things and you're showing up in the Zooms and you're showing your personality is all you need to have people know that you're a credible, amazing person. But guess what you need? You need a deal that you are willing to buy in order to actually get these people involved.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anybody in here that if she found an awesome Airbnb deal, you would actually bring the money and partner with her on it? Paula Finlayson right there, one of my private lenders. I love her. She's in Brazil. She got money. She's been my private lender for 2 years before she came into the mentorship. When people say, how do I get private money? I should just write a book. It's only 1 page. How do I get private money? I open the book and it goes, join sub 2. Boom. End of the book. Chapter 1, end. Done. You got it. There's money in here right now. Not even 1/20th of our student base is in here, and you could raise $2 million, $3 million right now for your deals. Make sense?
Yes, makes sense. I just need to
so you already got the solution. Maybe save the chat, have a conversation with these people and go, all right, I'm Catherine and Paula and them, and say, I'm going to go find a deal in this area. And when I find one, I'm going to call you and you got the money. Cool. Get 5 of those people, 10 of those people. That's an entire avatar. And there's an entire avatar of people that literally join sub 2 because they go, this is the most successful driven group of human beings in real estate, this is where I want to deploy my capital and buy deals. Right? You will be providing a pretty awesome service to them by saying, let's partner on this deal. You don't even have to necessarily raise private money. You can raise private money partners, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you say PML, I say PMP, private money partners. They'll bring money to the table and go, I want a piece of the equity. And then that way you don't have these payments to them every single month, right?
Yeah, that's what I would love to do.
Okay. Have we solved your problem?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Anything else I can do for you?
No, I guess in case can you just remember to shout me out when I asked you about the when you're analytical but trying to be a closer, and how you said you had one other avatar that applied to that.
That's the integrator.
Oh, okay.
That's it. I mean,
you want a closer then.
Here's my personal thing. Okay. Cody Barton, I'll tell before I wrap this up. So Cody Barton, my partner in my direct to seller business, was struggling on his own, right? Sees me on a podcast, Steve Trang's podcast, literally 37 months ago, something like that. Sends me a message and goes, man, I got leads, but I can't close them. I'm too analytical. I don't enjoy the thrill of like trying to close a deal. I can do it. I've successfully done it multiple times, but it's really daunting and it's stressful on my personality. And I just don't want to do it. And when I came in and alleviated that from him, and all he had to do was deal with hiring virtual assistants and helping out with the lead management back end of the lead management side, our business just catapulted. And does he make 10% of the money I make, or does he make 50% of the money I make? So again, at the end of the day, do you really need to be a closer to be successful in this business, or can you be analytical as a superpower? That's what Cody is. Do you think Cody's analytical? Absolutely. Annoyingly so. But again, there's a reason why I'm the face of the operation and he's the backbone. What would you rather have? A really healthy backbone or a really good looking face?
Healthy backbone.
All day long. Anybody has back pain, you know exactly what that is. Okay. So for me, I'm just saying the value that people don't talk about in this industry is closers this, closers that. I'm a closer. I'm a better closer. I'm a closer. Dude, where are the leads coming from? Who's doing the paperwork? Who's managing the money? Are you kidding me? Or do we want to automate this business or not? Great. I see so many people that were closers 2 years ago. They ain't even in this business anymore because they don't have an analytical person keeping their stuff together. Okay. So for me, if you're an over analytical person and you are, and that's a superpower. Catherine, have you ever read Rocket Fuel?
No, I keep writing it down every time you say, but I spend all my time listening to Zoom, so I haven't started listening to books.
What I would do, Catherine, is I would spend the next week not listening to any Zoom of mine.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you 2 pieces of homework. Okay.
Okay.
I would call these people that save the chat. Okay. There's literally $1 million or $2 million in this chat right now, and build a relationship with Paula and Malcolm Finlayson and other private money lenders and say, I'm going to go find a deal. Let's partner on it. Okay. Spend your time putting 5 people on your private money lender list and go, I have money. Because what happens is it creates this vortex in your mind of like everything in your world is going to start attracting deals because you know you already have the safety net at the back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of weird how that works out, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've had other places in your life where that works out and you're like, wow, because I got this, all of a sudden, all these things started coming in, right?
Yes.
So I would spend my time doing that this week and then read Rocket Fuel and understand that your personality type, which is over analytical, is actually a superpower that's stronger than a visionary. Okay.
Okay.
Christian Flores says, nature hates a void.
Yes.
Okay. So you had a void of private money lenders and also buyers that would actually buy these deals you guys are working on. Now you're going to create areas that you're going to actually want to buy in, and you're going to go talk to private money lenders and all of your problems are solved. You're an action taker. Are you not?
Yes. I mean, I didn't even finish going through all your modules because I just jumped in and was like, I just need to plug in with someone in this group. And that's why I joined. I wanted to plug in, and I did that from day one.
There you go. Now, here's the other thing. Catherine, is that you might be able to be a really great transaction coordinator, but that also is a business that takes months and months to start, right? And here's the patience thing, okay? Catherine, how much money do you think like a really top-notch doctor makes?
Well, top notch.
Yeah.
500, maybe more.
Okay, $500,000. Cool. So $500,000, I'm a doctor. As a top-notch doctor, what do I have to do? I have to go to how many years of school for that?
Like 12.
All right, 12 to 16 years of school, depending on what I specialize in, okay? Seth says 16. So I'm going to go spend 12 to 16 years to get a job that's going to pay me, let's say $500K to $1 million a year, right? That's 100 million. I'll take that. Okay. Or $1 million a year. It's going to take them 16 years and probably a good, I don't know, anywhere between $300,000 to $800,000 in student loan debt and accommodations and all the things over those 12 to 16 years. They're going to put their entire life on hold. Okay. You can make $500,000 in real estate so incredibly easy. It's crazy, except I personally think that sometimes it takes people 1 to 2 years to get there. And the beautiful thing is, okay, the beautiful thing is when you're in real estate and you are making $500,000, you actually get to keep your $500,000 because you've learned the power of owning real estate. Whereas these knucklehead doctors are going to make 500 and take home maybe $320,000, or make $1 million and take home $550,000 or whatever it is. You go make 500,000, you keep 500,000. So you got to put it into perspective a little bit that you are in an industry that is unlike any other industry, but it's not 1 month. It's not 6 months. Sometimes it's not a year. For me, do you know how long it was for me to get my first deal?
No.
Took me 7,000 renovations for other people for me to finally take action. And I thought, well, I just need to learn more. I 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 was doing $25 million a year in my construction business, still thinking I didn't know enough about houses to take action until somebody finally grabbed me by the shoulders named Bethany Willis. Okay. And pulled me through the fire and said, go do this. And then from that moment, it took me about 2 weeks to get my first deal. And I was like, what was I waiting for? Right? What was I waiting for? You don't have that problem. You're taking action. The problem is you've invested your engine into a vehicle that's going down a road you don't want to go down. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
If you lived in my own personal town, I would fire somebody on my team to make room for you because you are the bomb.
Thank you.
Does anybody else look at Catherine and go, oh my gosh, please work with me. Please be my partner. She's had a smile on her face the whole time, by the way. I'm not sure if that's permanent or what, but she's obviously one of the happiest people I've ever met. Okay. So Catherine.
Yeah.
Integrators have superpowers. There's certain things that integrators can do that visionaries can't do. There's more, I feel like there's more avatars down the road as we go through them that an integrator shines in, like a transaction coordinator role. I think a transaction coordinator is going to be able to get to a point of making $5,000 to $10,000 a month in their business within 3 to 6 months. Okay. And then after that point, it's like 20 grand a month, maybe upwards of 30 grand a month. Plus you get to touch a lot of deals. We'll jump into that avatar a little bit later, but stay tuned. Was this helpful for you? Did we get you to at least nudge forward and you have some homework on this?
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Love it. Good stuff. Thank you. Now, guys, here's my problem is like, a lot of people feel as if they need me to do a one-on-one breakdown. Do you see how I can deconstruct almost every human being very quickly and find the actual source of their problem very, very fast? I'm doing that right now. It's just you guys feel as if I need to do it for you as an individual. I'm not going to do that. This is not a one-on-one mentorship. You did not join a one-on-one mentorship. You joined a community. You guys need to source your stuff and think about this. As I talk to her and I go, you put your engine in the wrong vehicle and you're going down a path you don't want to go down. Ask yourself, did you guys put your engine in a vehicle that's going down a path you don't want to go down? Anybody? Josh says yes. Okay. I've done that too. I did that as a contractor for 9 years before I realized I was in the wrong vehicle. All right. So we've gone through Avatar 1 and 2. It only took us 2 hours, but it was really good. Was this great? No real deviation, really deep dive on these things. Was this helpful? 2 hours. We went through 2 avatars. We understand why these are good. We understand why they're bad. We understand how to get started. Do we understand where to go get the education? How do we get, if I want to learn more about how do I do these things, where do we go do that? Okay. Where do I go do that, guys? Go into Zero to Hero. We've already talked about this. Okay. We go back into Zero to Hero, season 1, season 2, season 3. We go to the daily dial, the nightly dial, training 6 times a week. We go to the Cody 15 Zooms that he's done, and we jump into the systems and all that kind of stuff. And then you reach out to other students in the program that are also doing this model, and we work together. Okay. Perfect. All right. So the third avatar is a pretty special one, actually. Third avatar is, I'm definitely one of these, but when I first started, I was not. The third avatar is a closer. Okay, this is so absolutely important for people. When you're first starting out and you're generating leads and you go, I've got leads, but I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I'm not good at structuring deals. Pace told me to go to Zero to Hero. Now I got to, we have a lot of students that go to Zero to Hero and all of a sudden they've got way more leads than they can handle, 1. And 2, they don't know what to do with all the leads in terms of negotiating and all of that kind of stuff. So what do? We go to the closers in our group. Who in here, in the comments, who do you think, if you are a closer, please say, I'm a closer. Okay. You've got people in here. Munif says, I'm a humble closer. He's a closer. So what does that mean? It means their job is to go to avatar number 1 and 2 and say, let me close deals you're having a hard time with. That's both cash and creative. Let me close them. Let me get on the phone with the sellers. Let me work the deal for you. Let me see what maybe you're missing. Let me work through and underwrite the deal. Whatever I can do to help you out. This person closes deals. Munif, I believe you and probably a good 300, 400 students in this program make the majority of your income from closing deals from other people. Is that correct, Munif? Or are you also direct to seller? He says yes. He says absolutely. He does both. Okay. So how do I become a closer? Guys, do you see the potential in this business model? He says, I make more money closing deals for other people though. So that's a business model all by itself. How do I learn this business model? How do I get really, really good at this business model of being a closer? I would go watch Pace's seller calls, have 1,000 of them. Okay. I would go into the daily dial. I would go into the nightly dial. And then I would volunteer and work challenging leads for other people and practice and practice and practice and practice. Brent Daniels said something that was kind of cool. Maybe it was like a year ago. He said, what's great is I now have the confidence that no matter what goes on in my life, no matter where you put me, I can go anywhere in the country and just close deals for other people because I know how to close deals. I know how to talk to sellers. Now, is this something that is a beginner strategy? It's interesting because I can make an argument both ways. There you go, Christian. So Munif, this was a beginner strategy for him. In fact, Munif, if you understand his story, Munif struggled to get into real estate, wholesale and all that kind of stuff for a couple of years prior to joining this mentorship. He had joined other mentorships, comes in, goes to the daily dial, learns how to become a closer through the daily dial, and starts getting deals. So is it a beginner strategy? Absolutely. There's Mamadou too. So here's what I would do. Okay. If you are wanting to be a closer, and you have that tendency, even if you're brand new, somebody like me, I would say, get me on the phone with a seller. I don't even know what to say, but just tell me what to say and I'll do it. That's a closer. Okay. If that's not your natural tendency, I would say, do not try and go down this path. Just don't. That's putting your engine in a vehicle that's going down a path you don't want to do. Who in here says, yes, this is me? Who in here says, no, this is not me? Say yes or no. Okay. Isn't it funny that it's like 50-50? It's interesting. Okay. So this is why a lot of mentorships will fail you, is because we actually teach people how to become a closer specifically, but we tell you, people like Catherine, even though she can talk to sellers, is it the thing that she should be focusing her time and energy on entirely? Probably not. For people like Munif, he's paying the bills right now, buying deals, because he has specifically focused on, how do I become a better closer every single day? How do I help other people by becoming a closer? Okay. So Abby says, I'm a beginner. I need to learn a script, but I think I'd be a great closer. So Abby, can I chat with you for just a minute, please? That would be great. Abby?
I'm here. Yes.
What up? Can we see your camera?
Yes.
There we are.
How's it going?
Really good. So Abby, you're going to see this over and over and over. And I think that, remember, when I bring you on the stage, it doesn't mean I'm talking to you. I might be just talking through you to everybody else. Okay. I'm using you as an example. And so part of you, you're going to go, yeah, I kind of already know this. And that's okay. I'm not like coming directly at you. I'm just utilizing you as my platform.
Fair enough.
The greatest script you'll ever read and memorize is what? You don't know the answer. It is practicing on real live seller calls. Okay. So here's what'll happen. This is the greatest setup. Abby, how long have you been in the mentorship?
Less than a week.
Okay, perfect. So Abby, this is where I'm going to give you the homework to be a closer. Okay. Because you feel confident that you can go out and be a closer. Are we on the same page here?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Couple things. I would become friends with other closers. Okay. Homework number 1, become friends with other closers. You got, I hesitate to say their names because there's so many of them that I'm going to leave so many of them out. Okay.
Yeah.
You can't become friends with closers. Number 2, I would go in the nightly dial and get on the phone with sellers, with a community of people that are going to coach you through what to say. And hey, you could have said this better or whatever. You're going to observe some days and you're going to help. You're going to actually do it other days. When you're stuck and I don't know what to say when a seller asks me this. I don't know what to say when a seller asks me that. That's what the daily dial is for. So the daily dial, in a perfect world, I would run into a problem on the nightly dial, calling real sellers, or maybe in my real business, calling sellers for other people. And I would get a question that the seller stumps me with. That's a requirement. That's the best script ever, is like being stumped and go, crap, you know what, seller, I actually don't know the answer to that. Can I call you back tomorrow and give you the answer? You go back to the daily dial and everybody role plays on that specific topic and they give you the answer. And this is the only way for you to learn. What will happen is for me, Abby, you and I might have a similar personality style, is if I have to memorize a script, I actually have a lack of confidence and I'm like, oh, I have to stay in this rigid little thing, versus watching other people and their personality styles really flex. Have you been in the daily dial and the nightly dial?
Yeah, for 2 or 3 days. I guess I didn't mean a full on script, more of a kind of like a foundation, like
framework.
You want to make sure framework. You want to make sure you're being able to solve their problems, but also building that rapport and and I want to kind of understand better how to do those different pieces, I guess.
Okay. So step one, become friends with the other closers. Those are the people you should spend a lot of time with. Number two, get on the nightly dial and daily dial, but not by observing. You need to practice. Number three, I would tell you, you need to read a really great book if you haven't read it yet. It is, you can't teach a kid to ride a bicycle in a seminar.
Okay.
It's the greatest sales book you'll ever read in your life.
Okay.
Okay. And then any Zoom that you go focus on should be my seller calls where I'm actually calling sellers. And then after I call the seller, I break down the call with the students. So we have a whole vault of me calling sellers and locking up deals. I do it frequently. A lot of times now I'm doing it privately and then I'll release it just because of my schedule. And then I would also have a 6-part sales training module in the course where I actually break down my framework and what I do with sellers with stories and all sorts of things. If you accompany that together in about 2 weeks, you'll go, holy crap, I got it. That's it.
Yep.
It takes you about 2-3 weeks if you have the right personality to just pick it up.
Yep. I'm confident I can. I just haven't had the time to view all of the content yet.
I totally get that. So who's a closer that can help her out? Who's a closer that can like become homies with her?
Bring it on, guys.
Okay. So Munif, Mamadou, Tia Campbell, she's really great. I love Tia Campbell Peterson. Sorry. Every time I say Tia Campbell, she gets mad at me. Luciano's amazing. There's a lot. Jennifer Shelton is awesome. Eddie, Bash Bros. So a lot of people in here are closers and they're closing deals for other people. Those are the people I would spend a lot of my time associating with and saying, what are you doing to close? Hey, I've got this problem. Hey, can I hear your seller calls? There's a lot of other students as well. Abby, I know you're busy. People usually like visionaries are always busy. We're always busy. We got 1,000 things going on. We got our days planned out and motivating things that we're motivated to go do all the time. I would find some time to maybe find one of these closers. Marlon Johnson used to do it. I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but he does something called open office where he sits and calls and negotiates with sellers live and just lets people listen to him. Daryl Ellison does the same thing.
Okay.
Luciano says, yep, he lives with me. He still does it. Eddie, one of the Bash brothers, he says, yep, we have a virtual office as well. Do you think this is the right place to learn how to close deals?
Absolutely.
It's honestly, to be honest with you, it's overwhelming. Even people that charge 20 grand or there's people out there that charge $1,000 a month to be in their sales course don't have 1/10 of the resources we have in a creative finance community. It's crazy. You just got it. So Abby, also I would change your name on Zoom and put your phone number or your email in there so people can actually reach out to you.
Okay.
I would put your email or your phone number in the side chat so that these other people can go, hey, Abby, come into this, open office with us. And that's how you become a closer.
Awesome.
I'm going to tell you something also, guys, is that closers close. Okay. And what does that mean? That means that we naturally, once we understand a framework, we adopt our personality to that framework, and then we start creating our own thing. That's the power of just being a visionary closer, is that you're naturally going to want to do it. And it will, every time you add to your framework, it'll only motivate you to do it more and more and more and more. So Abby, I would call Munif or Luciano or some of the other, Mamadou. Mamadou was a student, by the way, Abby, that a year ago, he was going to quit real estate altogether. And then he sees one of my stupid ads on Instagram. How did you find me, Abby?
I followed your IG for a while, IG and YouTube.
Okay, cool. So Mamadou finds me, saw one of my stupid ass ads. And then he comes in and he told himself, he said, this is the last dollar I'm going to spend in real estate before I quit. Because if this guy doesn't work and this mentorship doesn't work, I'm out. Everything's been a scam so far. Everything's been not a scam, but like everything's been something that really hasn't provided enough value. And now Mamadou makes a ton of money. I say that confidently. He says he was more than frustrated. I can say this confidently, makes a lot of money. And what is his primary thing that he focuses on? Closing deals for other people. So it's an entire business model. You don't need to go out and build a direct to seller model necessarily. You don't need to go out and spend money on cold callers and all that kind of thing. If you feel like you naturally want to just close deals, that by itself is something that you could go focus on and make money right away. Mamadou, how fast was it until you got your first deal in here? And also other closers in here, tell me, how quickly did you guys get your first deal as being a closer? Mamadou says 2 days.
Wow.
Okay, so you got a pretty special avatar, which is great. Other people might have taken a month or 2 months. I know Munif had a slow start because Munif needed practice. He needed to go into the daily dial and understand the framework and understand the other things. And now he's one of the, Mamadou says he made $19,000 on that one in his first 2 days. That's cool. But you know what? I would have the expectation of probably like going like, if I become a closer and I go down that path, I would probably expect more of a time frame of like 3 months.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good. Awesome.
Do you feel like you're in the right place?
Absolutely.
Cool. Good to meet you, Abby.
You as well. Thank you.
All right. So if you're a closer or you want to become a closer, did I not just give you very specific homework? Or do I need to tattoo it? Because you're a visionary, I got to tattoo it on your forehead so you don't forget it. Okay. Okay. So just so you guys know, Munif makes more money right now as a closer of other people's deals than he does in his own direct to seller model. And that's perfectly fine. The problem is that everybody thinks that when they hear somebody else's story, oh, that could be my story. And what you'll do is you'll be shaky because, guys, stop trying to emulate everybody else. Your business has to follow a path of your own, something that's natural to you. Okay. So, and by the way, somebody says in the side chat right now, I'm a little bit confused now. Great. You know what might be a smart thing for you to do? Call one of the other people in this community and based on their avatar and say, hey, what are you doing? How is this working? And get the information from them. Matthias, same thing. Okay. Matthias is somebody you can help. Tanisha is somebody who can help you and navigate and push you in the right direction if she doesn't have the right answer. Okay. So if you're like, I'm a little confused, smart thing to do is talk to somebody else that's successfully doing that avatar. Do we all agree with that? Okay. You don't need a one-on-one with Pace for me to deconstruct you. Am I amazing at it? Yes. It's one of my superpowers that took me 10,000 hours to perfect. Okay. All right. So you guys ready for the next avatar? If you're a closer, you know what to do, right? Can we talk about that same hat in olive green or brown? Yeah, absolutely. I've been wearing this hat for the last couple of days and we've been trying out new swag and it seems like everybody really loves this hat. You guys like this hat? It's one of one. I'm going to turn it into an NFT and sell it to you guys for $1 billion. Yeah, it's nylon. It's great. Paul says, I didn't realize I could build a business model on being a closer. This is powerful. Think about it. If I go anywhere in the country, do I have a problem getting my first deal, knowing how to close a deal? Nope. Here's the problem, right? That's a very visionary centric business model. It's a very visionary centric business model. So here's what happens. You cannot scale that business. Listen to me. You can make a lot of money. You make $200,000, $500,000, $700,000 in a year. Pretty good. But guess what happens when you're not on the phone? Are you making money? If you go on vacation for 30 days, are you making money? Do you see the negatives of this business model, guys? You stop working, you stop making money. In my direct to seller model, if I'm here on a 7-hour Zoom with you guys, am I worried about that? No, I'm not. I have deals coming through, right? So you have to understand the pluses and minuses of every avatar. There you go. Daniel Robbins says, but you use that money as a tool to buy income, or what Munif is doing is like, I now see the value of direct to seller. So what I'm doing is I'm taking money from the deals I'm closing with other people, and I'm investing that into my direct to seller, virtual assistants, right? Cold callers, CRM, all of those types of things. Okay. Is a closer model scalable? Yes or no? Okay. Mario, here's the great thing. He asks a wonderful question, and other people are going to have wonderful questions too. I'm going to give you the answer to most of the questions you're going to have in this avatar Zoom. Mario says, isn't there a way to create a structure, the deal, or create a structure of a deal with the buyer to obtain equity instead of charging a fee? Mario, if you can dream it and write it down on a piece of paper, you can absolutely make it happen. So what do? I have a tendency where I want to take that question that you have and I want to spend an hour on it, because that's what I've done for the last 2 years, is just deep dive on every question you guys have ever had. But today in the avatar Zoom, we're not doing that. So Mario, what I would do is I would contact other closers, people who identify themselves as a closer. Do you guys feel like we have a pretty amazing and active Facebook group where you can find these people, and accountability groups and local geographical squads that everybody's loving at each other and hanging out with each other? You guys feel like you can find them in like 4 minutes? So do you have a problem saying, wow, man, the avatar of a closer seems really amazing, and I think I identify with that? Why do you think I told you to make 25 friends? I didn't say go make 25 friends are exactly your avatar. Sometimes the 25 friends you go out and make in sub 2 will help you out because they are a similar or exact avatar as you. Shouldn't be partners though. Okay. Don't ever be partners with the same avatar as yourself. Okay. Then they'll also fill in blanks where you suck. Like there's another avatar that's a transaction coordinator we'll jump into, right? So these are things you need to crowdsource. Stop thinking this is my mentorship. This is our mentorship. Do we all understand that? If you guys are thinking, I got to wait to have Pace answer this question, guys, you're doing it wrong. You need, by the way, Christian Flores says, we are sub 2. That's the new merch. I have my designer. He just sent me a text message. Got a whole bunch of text messages I'm missing today. Okay. And he is designing the We Are Sub 2 swag right now, because guys, we are sub 2, not Pace. This logo is not Pace's logo. This is your logo. It's our logo. We are sub 2. Stop thinking about this as I got to go to Pace for the answers. Guys, I've given the answers, and you know who I gave them to? People who have successfully made millions of dollars, and guess where they are? Still in here, waiting to give you the same answers I gave them a year ago, 2 years ago, 6 months ago, etc. Everybody has the answers. You need guidance. And the best way to get guidance is accountability and community. Okay. Yes. Cammie, if she says, does that mean I can design swag for sub 2? Yeah. If you want to create some of your own swag, we get people. Actually, do you know where this hat came from? It came from one of our sub 2 students. They go, I really like this kind of hat. Here you go. And I was like, love it. Let's go make more of these. Okay. We'll get this hat added to it. Tia says, who? I can't tell you, Tia. Can't tell you. But I will seller finance this hat to you. $1,000, $1 a month. If I got you an olive color, would you buy it for $1,000, a dollar a month? Mario says, Pace, would you be mad if I? No, bro, I'm going to say this one more time. Say this one more time. Whose logo is this? Is this my logo? Is this our logo? Is this my mentorship or is this our mentorship? Okay. So stop asking that question. You can use the logo however you see fit. You want to put it on a t-shirt, you want to put it on swag, you want to do it, whatever. This is ours. You know what's funny? Okay, check this out. So I have, I have people that follow me, right? Like Abby's followed me on Instagram and YouTube for a while. And so I get people that will follow my Instagram stories while I'll repost a student that's doing something cool. And if they're not wearing a Sub2 logo, the person who's consuming the content will just go right past it. But the second the next student, like Daryl Ellison or Munif or somebody, is wearing their logo, that person stops, goes and follows them because they're like, oh, that's somebody in Pace's community. I get these comments all the time. It happens all the time. You walk in wearing this logo, people know you're from this community. Guys, it's not about me anymore. It's as much about Munif and Tanisha and all these other people as it was about me a year ago. Okay? Don Walker says, so true. It happened to me in Austin. Carolyn and Myron says, we got stopped at Target. Okay? This is not Pace's logo. This is our logo. This is not Pace's mentorship. This is our mentorship. Matthias says, I've had people stop me while door knocking due to the hat. So I need more merch to drop. Well, we have the sub2store.com. You guys can go there. If you guys want, I'll put the high def logo in the Facebook group if you guys want to use it. Okay. I'll put it in there today. Cool. Again, guys, I rep the community because this is a community I created, but I couldn't have done it without you guys. It's as much your community as it is my community at this point. Right. So actually, we should have a swag off, see who can make the dopest swag. Okay. No, I do not want non-Sub2 students repping this at all. Absolutely not. I want to be able to walk into a room as well. When I go speak on stage and I look out in the audience and I see all the Sub2 community logos, I want to know who my people are. I do not want people having access to, absolutely not. Okay, cool. Let's go into the next avatar. So we've covered direct to seller, visionary, direct to seller integrator. Why are these ones amazing and why does everybody want to do these ones? Is because they're scalable, trackable, and you can automate these so you can actually go live a life, right? Who wants to start an air conditioning business if you have to be the person that installs every single air conditioning unit for the rest of your life? People start air conditioning businesses so they can automate it and hire people and put systems and processes and sales and marketing and all these things together, make a lot of money and not be there. That's a real business owner. So the challenge is, there's a caveat. You want to become a closer? It's amazing. You can scale pretty quickly, but what happens is you'll hit a threshold where you're like, I'm overwhelmed. And you're going to need to create systems and processes. But guess what happens as a closer? As a closer, you can't replace yourself as a closer because guess what happens? You want to try and replace yourself as a closer? You've just trained your competition to come in and steal your business. Okay? Has this been helpful? Hour and a half, we got through 3, or 2.5 hours, we got through 3. Cool. All right. So the fourth one, if you guys remember, fourth one is the PACE method. Fourth one is the PACE method. Now, why am I calling it the PACE method? Because that's actually what the Lanza method used to be called. Okay. We call it the Lanza method, but I used to call it the PACE method. And what is the PACE method? The PACE method is, in my opinion, if I have to start all over anywhere in the country, this is where I'm starting right here. Boom. If you drop me anywhere on God's green earth, I'm going to do this method and triple my worth. Shout out Jay-Z for that line. Put me on anywhere on God's green earth, I use this method, I'll triple my worth. Okay. Does anybody need to be educated on what the PACE method or what we now call the Lanza method is? You are going to wholesalers, okay, people who are doing the direct to seller model outside of our community, and you are simply telling them, let me revive your dead leads. It's where right now in my Instagram DMs, where about 30% of my deals come from, is like maybe 20 to 30% of my deals come from. Case in point, somebody who's not a student, just DM me something today. Okay. Oh, well, of course he DM'd it, not texted me. Let's see. Jamari.
I got another one in Lawrenceville for you too, brother. I was going to put both of these in the sub 2 challenge thingy, but I want you to have them. I'll try to qualify the other one a little bit more for you.
Okay. This is wholesalers who are struggling, just run into sellers that want too much money, don't have equity, have a challenging lien situation or whatever. The Lonza method is applying creative finance to other wholesalers' businesses. That is a gentleman named Jamari, who's amazing. He door knocks in Atlanta, runs into sellers all the time that are in foreclosure that don't have equity. I literally can build an entire business around just helping people. Okay. Truthfully, PACE method is one method and Uncle Lonza is another. No, it's the same thing. So the PACE method is what we used to call it. And the reason why we changed the name is because in the very beginning of the mentorship, Uncle Lonza is what we call him. Uncle Lonza came in, never watched any of the training, the 6-week training that we did. And he said, PACE, what should I do? And I told him, all you need to do is go out and find wholesalers in your local market and tell them you want to work their dead leads. What's great about this model is a couple of things. One, what's my cost per contract? Remember the KPI, right? What's my cost per contract? My cost per contract on the Lonza method is $0.0. My cost per contract. I have no marketing costs. I have no overhead. I have no anything else. Okay. So it's amazing, right? Uncle Lonza has made, guys, I'm not exaggerating. How much money do you guys think Uncle Lonza has made in the last couple of years of being in this mentorship? It took him 10 days to get his first deal, by the way. And it took him, I think, 2 years to get his first contract in another mentorship. It took him 10 days to get his contract in this mentorship. I'd say he's generated probably north of $3 million in the last 2 years of profit for him and his partners, because he partners with a lot of people, right? $3 million. How much money has he spent total for that $3 million? How many properties has he put in his portfolio by doing this? Double digits. Double digits by doing this. He's done cash deals, creative deals, novations, sub 2, seller finance, fix and flips. I'm in a fix and flip with him right now. Guess where it came from? Somebody's dead leads. Laura Johnson said, who is the end buyer on the Lonza method? Which makes me realize that Laura probably does not know what the Lonza method is. So let's have a conversation, Laura, if you don't mind. Laura, what's up? She's like, crap. Laura?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can I see you?
Yeah, 1 second.
Please. It helps me. I enjoy it.
I'm sitting in my car. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Here she is. What's up, Laura? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Okay, so you say who's the buyer on the Lonza method? Well, it depends on the strategy, right? So let's say I go to a wholesaler and they go, man, I've got the seller that wants too much money, right? They want too much money. Uncle Lonza or me or one of the other people that are using the Lonza method successfully go to that seller on behalf of that wholesaler and we help them negotiate a novation agreement. So if it's a novation agreement, that's going to be a fix and flip. And if it's a fix and flip, who's the end buyer on a fix and flip? Somebody who lives in the property, a husband, wife, kids, they come in and buy that. So it's a fix and flip, right? Mm-hmm. If Uncle Lonza sees a dead lead that a wholesaler has and he goes, wow, this is a great Airbnb opportunity for me. Uncle Lonza can buy that himself and put it in his portfolio. Or if he's not in the situation to buy it, he can assign it to somebody else and make an assignment fee for somebody else that wants the Airbnb. The Lonza method is so wildly diverse that there is no one exit strategy or one type of buyer, because you're essentially going to all the wholesalers in the country. By the way, how many wholesalers do you think there are in the country right now doing direct to seller marketing, cold calling, texting, billboards, door knocking, all that stuff? How many what would you estimate?
A million people?
I'd say about 500,000 people in the country. Okay. Now, here's what's funny. Are those same 500,000 people going to be in this business next year? Nope. I'd say about 80% of them fall out. And guess what's funny is another 400,000 people try and get into this business every single year. How can we tell? Look at all these wholesalers' YouTube channels. Look at all their subscribers. Some of them 500, 800,000 people are subscribed to their YouTube channels. It's millions and millions and millions of people trying to get into this business all the time. Okay. So what you're doing is you're assisting these people who are learning how to do outreach to cash sellers, and they fail on the majority of their leads because they have no creative finance strategies to help these sellers out, right? So the last deal I did with Jamari, Laura, the person who I just let you hear the voice memo, he's out there door knocking, looking for cash deals, right? Direct to seller. He's avatar number one. He's direct to seller knocking doors. And I've marketed and told all these wholesalers the last several years, anytime you have a seller that doesn't have equity, wants too much money, or has a tricky situation you can't solve, let me help you. So he's out there door knocking for me. He might as well be my employee, my door knocking employee that I don't have to manage and I don't have to pay a payroll to, and I don't have to direct and train and do anything. So he'll call me. Hey, got another one. Hey, got another one. Hey, got another one. The last one I got from him was a seller who was in foreclosure. She needed to do a loan modification, which sounds very daunting. You're like, a lot of people go, oh my gosh, what's a loan modification? Guys, we have a whole entire team of people at Sub2 that can teach you what a loan modification is. Kiki Shrugs has done a whole 6-part series on training what loan modification is. So we go do a loan modification. I decide that's a great deal for me. So I kept it, and it's in my Airbnb portfolio. I closed on it on Sub2 day, 2/22/22. Jamari got paid 10 grand for bringing that deal to me. Where did that money come from, Laura? That money came from a private money lender that was in Sub2. So I got a dead lead from a wholesaler. I turned the property into an Airbnb that's going to make me $5,000, $6,000. It's a big house, so it'll make me a lot of money. And I brought all the money I needed to the table to close on that from a private money lender. So I could, just being you, Laura, could go out and just go, hey, wholesalers, what problems do you have? Now, Laura, you're going to run into some problems you don't know how to solve, right?
Right.
So where do you go? What do you do?
Come to the Sub2 people.
Right. And you maybe go to Uncle Lonza, or, 200 or 300 other students are actually following that avatar's path of solving other people's issues with their creative finance sellers, right?
Right.
And those should be some of the people in your 25 Rolodex of like, my avatar is the Lonza method. So I'm going to go become friends with Lonza and other people that are also following that method. So when I go run into a problem, those are the people that hold me accountable and help me. Or maybe, what's funny about Lonza? He is now getting most of his deals from not even from wholesalers' dead leads, but from students who are following the Lonza method that are now coming to Lonza and going, I'm following the method and I need some help. And Lonza then is helping them help wholesalers, and he's partnering with them on deals. You see how that works? So you'll never be alone in this strategy or any other strategy or any other avatar in this community. Is you'll always have somebody successfully following that particular avatar that you can become friends with, and they can help you go through the fire. Does that kind of help you understand that a little bit more?
Yeah, it does.
Any questions you have about that?
Where would be the best place to go to find out how you evaluate if a deal is actually a deal, and like if it's going to either cash flow or have a good exit strategy to where you make money?
Love it. So I've taught in here, I don't know, probably 50 or 60 dedicated Zooms on underwriting and evaluating deals where I've shown people that. However, we as human beings really want to be spoon-fed stuff. In fact, I would rather pick up a phone call and ask somebody how to solve something than I would want to Google it and search for the problem, right? So the great thing, Laura, is that like Tuesday of this week, Caleb Christopher, who's been in the mentorship a long time, did a whole Zoom talking about the spreadsheet and the underwriting, and he sat there and underwrote deals. If you need somebody to underwrite a deal for you, we got a lot of people in here that you should be friends with. Munif or anybody else, can you underwrite a deal for Laura to talk about cash flow, etc.? Jose Abreu, Matthias, who in here can underwrite a deal for Laura Johnson if she runs into a deal? Okay. And I can vouch for a lot of these people like Matthias. I know he can. Samir, absolutely. Eddie, 100%. Jose, Luciano, Myron, Carol. I like how Carolyn goes, Myron, because Carolyn's like, I ain't going to underwrite it. Let my husband do it. He's great at that. So we have a lot of people in here that have gone through all those Zooms for you, Laura. And they go, now call me. Let's talk about the deal, right? Let's talk about the particulars. Let's go through the spreadsheet. Let's go through this. When people talk about why Sub 2 is the greatest community is because in other mentorships, you have to go search for the problem, find the video that you need, and hope that that was the thing that solved your problem. Whereas in Sub 2, those things are really good. We have those too, but we have additional added benefits of a community of people that are like, I've been through it. Let me walk you through yours on top of the videos that you've already watched. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Dustin Kircher, who's probably student number 30 in this entire community, and Uncle Lonza, who's student like 3 or something. They do an underwriting Zoom every Friday morning, and they've been doing this for 2 years with me. Does that help you answer that question?
Yes. Thank you. That's awesome.
You're awesome, Laura. She's like, okay, Pace, please take me off the stage. You're stressing me out. Laura, where are you at?
I'm in Nebraska.
Okay. And Laura, who would you say are your friends in Sub 2?
I've only been in Sub 2 since Monday. So,
So
my
3
husband
days.
is in it with me. Yes.
Okay. Who's going to reach out to Laura today and give her some love? Can somebody reach out? Laura, will you please put your contact information in there? There's a lot of women in here that would love to be your friend. Okay. A lot of closers in here that would love to be your friends, and a lot of people that are going to hold you accountable to go find those dead leads from, if you decide the model of Lonza method is a way for you to go. Do you want me to teach you how to find out the particulars of how to find these opportunities, underwrite these opportunities, how to work out the splits, how to talk to the wholesalers? Do you want to know about where to find that information out?
Yes.
We have created an entire series of videos with Uncle Lonza, myself, and other people that's called the Lonza method, and it's in the Zoom vault. Somebody will probably give you guys a link. Yara said, Laura, call me. Laura, Yara is a private money lender of mine. That's somebody you definitely want to know. You want to know she's somebody who has money. She's motivated in finding deals as well. Did you freeze or are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look at the chat real quick while we talk.
Totally get it. Just want to make sure we didn't have you freeze. Okay. So we created an entire series, chronological, like here's Lonza method. Here's what it means. Here's how you can make money. Here's how that's Zoom number 1. Then Zoom number 2 is like, all right, perfect. Let's go find these opportunities. How do we know if this is an opportunity, not an opportunity? How do we talk to these people? Literally, it's almost an entire other mentorship just around the Lonza method is in the Zoom vault.
Okay. Awesome. Thank
You
for
didn't
pointing
know
me in the right
you
direction.
didn't know you were joining a mentorship that has like 20 mentorships inside of it, did you?
I did not, but it's awesome to find out.
Cool. In fact, if we told you that, you would have never joined. You big. This is overwhelming. But I would rather be overwhelming and give you way more than you can handle and let you determine where you spend your time than be underwhelming and not give you what you need.
That makes sense.
Okay. So Laura, can you please put your contact information in the side chat so we can have a bunch of people text you?
Yes. Should be there, but I'll put it in there again.
I didn't see it. There it is. Guys, let's blow her up. Let's make her feel some love, okay? Tell her where you're from, how you can help her. Reach out to me when you need X, Laura, okay?
All right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great question. Okay, so if I'm trying to learn the Lonza method, okay, I've just answered the question. Where do I go to find and underwrite deals? Where do I go to find the training on this specifically? Because obviously right now I'm just on a Zoom with you guys. I'm not teaching you guys the Lonza method. We literally have, no joke, okay? We literally have, I'd say 50 or so hours of just Lonza method Zooms that are like very specific, chronological. Start here. Okay, now go here. Okay, now go here. Okay, now go here. All right, now you've made money. Okay. Scott says, Lonza method is in the vault, was just watching them yesterday. Scott, is that like an entire business model by itself that somebody could charge $50,000 for that business model just by itself and all the Zooms that are in there? Do you agree? He says easily. Doesn't mean you guys pay, but we could definitely charge for that. Now, are you guys also learning something pretty powerful here? That there's a recurring theme here, is that accountability and community are the things that most people are missing. Think about the difference between what Laura was just talking. She's like, oh, I have a question. I'm going to throw it in the side chat. Guys, stop that. Stop just having questions in the side chat. You need to be connecting with each other. New students to new students, new students to leaders, leaders to leaders, leaders to brand new students. Everybody needs to be connecting in here, because as you hear it, everybody's lives changed the moment they hit their 25 friends or more. Community is everything. We are a herd animal. We want to be in a herd. I definitely would never have been successful in real estate if I didn't have my community, you guys, my local friends that I'm doing deals with. Okay. Christian Flores says, hey guys, whoever is a newbie, please type newbie so we can all connect. Guys, type in newbie. Okay. Jen Shelton says, 100% community is everything. I feel sad and displaced without it. Me too. Me too. A lot of newbies in here. This is great. Now, a couple of things that is really good for any of you guys. If you're a newbie, what should you put your Zoom name as? Okay. Let's say I see Janice says 3 months in. What I really like about this, so Janice says Cape Fear. I don't know where Cape Fear is, but I would say a Cape would mean, I would assume it's East Coast. I don't know where Cape Fear is. So what I would do, anybody, I like what Alexander Wallace did. He says, Alexander Wallace, DMV, right? That's Baltimore, Maryland, Virginia, or what do you got? DC, Maryland, Virginia, Jacksonville, and here's my phone number. Guys, change your Zoom name to that. Okay? Change your Zoom name. Here's where I'm at or where I'm investing, and here's my phone number or a way to contact me. Some people put their emails in there. Okay? And it makes your life a lot easier for people. Like while you guys are in these Zooms with each other, very big piece of homework that will help you raise money, find partners, get deals, have accountability, have community. Literally, while you guys are in the Zoom chats, you guys should be looking at each other's names and texting each other and go, hey, I'm seeing you in the side chat. What are you working on? What are you doing? How can I help you be accountable? Right? Do we agree that these are the things that we need to be doing in here? We need accountability and community. Those are the ways. This is what most people are missing. They're missing some guidance and knowing their path, which is why we're doing the avatar Zoom, but they're then missing accountability and community. All right. Cool. So there's the Lonza method. So the Lonza method, we have 50 hours or so of that. It's in the Zoom vault, or a lot of people don't know what that means. That means sub2course.com. Okay, sub2course.com. Go there. You'll see the Lonza method. This is an entire avatar by itself. Okay. Uncle Lonza and hundreds of students are doing this full time. There's students that I won't see for 3-4 months. They come back and they have a problem and they're in a Zoom with me and they go, all right, and I already know what's going on. They'll come in, raise their hand and go, oh, they got a problem with the Lonza method, because I know what they're focusing on. Okay. You'll find these people. Okay. Hang out with them. Make sure they're part of your 25 tribe. Okay. Make sure they're part of that, and you have them in there. You guys can bounce ideas off. Okay. All right. We feel good. We can move past the Lonza method. We can go to the next one. All right. I like Tia. Tia, we're missing one on the, actually we're missing about 3 of them. And I'm not going to change it up because I want to keep it in order, but we're missing a couple of them. I missed it. An entire avatar, number 15, an entire avatar. I can't even believe we missed it, but as an avatar, don't you think we should have had something on there of working for someone else? 100% we missed that. Missed that. Like, we were on there for 7 hours and we missed that. The second I got off, I was like, what am I missing? I know I'm missing something. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Number 15 is working for somebody else. Okay. So here we go. Let's go into it. So the next one is transaction coordinator. This is a very hot topic right now. Now, there's a couple of major benefits with transaction coordination. People, number one, you guys don't even know what transaction coordination is, but this is typically somebody, actually, I'll tell you right now, most of you guys don't know what transaction coordination is. My transaction coordinator, who used to work for me, was making about $20,000 a month. Not even just working for me, but actually working for other investors in the local market. Okay. A lot of money is made in transaction coordination. Pace, is there a need for a daily noob or a Zoom helping people get their engine right vehicle, carrying on this baton from these amazing avatar Zooms? Yeah, it's called the Daily Dial with Caroline. And it's also called the weekly newbie Zoom on Thursdays. And it's also called the Mindset Zoom with Elena Tang. And it's also called the Nightly Dial in the evenings. It is needed, and that's why we created it. Okay. So, by the way, does anybody know any other mentorship that even does more than one support call per week? I don't. So what's challenging is we've created so many different Zoom calls, and then we've overwhelmed the system, and we've dialed it back to the most important things that people really need, and we've kept it basic. I myself will typically do 4 to 5 Zoom calls a week for you guys as bonuses. Okay. As bonuses. And then we have another 15 Zoom calls that are community-based where we have other leaders running those, okay? We don't need more Zooms, okay? With the Zooms that I do, they change every single week based on your request. Like last week, 2 weeks ago, Tia Campbell Peterson asked for a social media Zoom, okay? So we created a 2-hour Zoom all about how to build your personal brand. Tomorrow night, we're doing another one all about social media 2.0. Okay. So when you guys ask for things, okay, when you guys ask for things, we give them to you. And also, I love that Tia Campbell Peterson's saying that. She says, the dark horse of value is your accountability group. Who in here gets a tremendous amount of value from your accountability group? Your accountability group should be your first 10 to 50 friends that you make in this group, because they give you local geographical help. Okay. It is a secret hack, and we talk about it a lot, but the accountability groups are epic. Epic. So let me ask you guys a question. Should we create more Zooms, or should we keep doing what we've been doing, which is 15 very amazing support Zooms every week, all about community with other students. And then I do about 4, sometimes upwards of 6 of them myself with some special guests, but they're always very high level specific things. Like Tia asked a question about, can you show us how to raise capital in a funds structure? And most people listening to that go, I don't even know what the hell that is. What the hell is that? Well, that's a very high level Zoom that I have had to pay education, 40 grand to even truly understand that from a securities attorney. And we're going to come in and do a very specific Zoom to you about that topic. Okay. Happy to do it. Excited to do it. And so I don't want to have stagnant, here's the exact Zooms we do every single week. We change it up based on your guys' needs And then when you guys, if you're new or you're seasoned, you come back in and you run into something, you go, holy crap. I'm running into a hiring problem. I don't know how to hire people. Guess what? None of your other lame mentorships are going to teach that stuff. We got to Zoom tomorrow for 2 hours, specifically bringing in a high level recruiter that recruits and manages an HR department in a company that's going to show you guys a hire and how to interview and how to bring the right people onto your company. That's happening tomorrow. Okay. So sometimes these Zooms actually are not that pertinent to you today. But can we all agree that at some point they will become pertinent as you grow and scale in your guys' business? Diana says, is there anyone in Atlanta? I'm going to tell you right now, Diana, do you know that Atlanta is my favorite market in the United States? And it is where I have allowed the most students to grow. We have our largest base of students in Atlanta, Georgia. Eddie Charger, there's my boy. He's Eddie Charger's even my wife knows Eddie Charger. She's like, oh, Eddie's there. Hi.
Hi, Eddie.
You got to go pee? So you thought you'd come down here and just talk to your dad? Where are you going, little baby? You going to go see Asher win awards?
We just wanted to tell you we love you. Do you need anything, food, water?
No, I'm going to fast all day today. Did you look up flights?
I booked a flight. I need your code or email. So I'm just gonna get on your.
Yeah, just get on my computer.
I'm gonna book an apartment in American Fork. 2-bedroom, 1 bath, good Wi-Fi.
Like an Airbnb? Yeah. Can't we just get a house? Get a house.
There's no houses that are close to Portugal, and I know that you're gonna be like, this is. I don't want to do tomorrow. This isn't close to where I want to hang out. So just do American Fork.
Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. We have a funeral, and one of my best friend from childhood, his father passed away, and he was basically my father in a roundabout way. So we're jetting off tonight to make it to a funeral tomorrow. Okay, so got it. I think we're there. I think we hit it. So transaction coordinator, which is another avatar. Why is this an important avatar? Is because there's people that have a very specific personality type, typically the opposite of me. Okay. And those people think they got to come in and close deals and sling deals and build a big, massive team. Does anybody just go, you know what, man, I'd be happy making 15, 20 grand a month being a transaction coordinator and then having first dibs on every deal I do transaction coordination for. Okay. Do you need to be the person making 100 grand a month, 500 grand a month? Or are you like, look, I just want to quit my job and make 15, 20 grand a month? See, Luciano says, ooh, I never thought about it in that way. Guys, I'm telling you, the transaction coordinator is not just about making monthly income. It's the person that touches all the transactions. They're the people communicating with the wholesalers. They're the people communicating with the lenders. They're the people communicating with the title and escrow companies. The transaction coordinator is the heart of the entire transaction. So if your wife, you're thinking, how do I get my wife involved in this business or my spouse? I'm sorry, somebody is going to make that message. Okay. Jen Shelton says they are also priceless for creative deals. Okay. You could literally just do transaction coordination. So my old transaction coordinator, the month that she decided to leave, she was making about 25 grand a month. 25 grand a month. But the coolest part is that she saw all the deals. And so we created an entire business model in our local geographical area where I would have her do transaction coordination for other wholesalers. And guess who saw all the deals? Guess who got to see all the deals? Because guess what happens? Wholesaler or somebody in this group says, I don't want to do paperwork. I don't want to do the paperwork. So transaction coordinators are incredibly good. No, Tia Campbell, they don't have first dibs. You have to work that out and negotiate with them. Okay. But I have for me, if a transaction coordinator says, hey, can I help you dispo this deal? Or, hey, can I buy this deal from you? Yeah, sure. As long as you give me the number I want. So you can see that having a transaction coordinator also provides a massive benefit. Think about this. If you guys go out into the outside public world, right? All these people that only know how to do cash transactions. and they don't know how to do paperwork. Let's say even on cash transactions, you go, hey guys, I also can do transaction coordination. I can walk your seller through a wholesale contract. Okay. Do you think that you'll get a lot of wholesalers and wholesaler Facebook groups that are going to hit you up and say, oh my gosh, I hate paperwork. I don't want to do paperwork. How much do you charge? Think that's going to happen? Okay. So what we've been doing is last week we did TC training 1.0. This Saturday, we're doing TC training 2.0. TC stands for transaction coordinator. Okay. We are trying to change the landscape of real estate by helping other people become transaction coordinators for free inside of our sub-2 community. This by itself is worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay, Munif brings up Love Francis. Love Francis learned from my transaction coordinator. My transaction coordinator learned from me. Everything about creative finance. When my transaction coordinator came to me, what's her name? Rochelle. When Rochelle came to me, she didn't know what subject 2 was in seller finance. So I spent a year and a half teaching her all that stuff. Then I brought her into the mentorship. We started training other people. And now there's people like Love Francis that are out building, they got their own transaction coordination business. This is an entire business model that I can tell you is something that you could make anywhere between $5 to $7 grand if you don't want to work that hard. You want to do it part-time. If you want to do it full-time, you could probably make anywhere between $10,000 to $25,000, depending how awesome you are and how good you are. If you're a crappy business owner, you're going to make less money, obviously. Okay. There is a huge, huge, huge demand for transaction coordinators. Huge. Who hires the TC? Acquisitions or disposition? Acquisition, because you're the sales guy. You hand the paperwork over. Or for me, I ended up having a transaction coordinator work for me full time because I am doing so many deals. So a lot of times, if you're a good transaction coordinator, okay, what you'll do is you will actually get on the phone with the seller for an acquisition person and actually help that seller walk through the paperwork. That's some pretty amazing user experience, customer service, et cetera. So transaction coordinator, we built an entire course about this. Thank Caleb Christopher and Love Francis and other people like Heather Witzig and Kiki Shrugs and my wife and other people that are actually building this course for you for free. And this will never be made available outside of Sub 2. The paperwork will never be made available outside of Sub 2. We are giving this to you guys as a competitive advantage. Jose says, this alone is worth millions. Do we all agree that this alone is freaking worth millions of dollars? We did 2 hours last Saturday. We're doing 2 hours this week. When do you think we'll be done with the transaction coordination Zooms? Probably after the next year the training will be done. Okay. But then we'll have ongoing support and ongoing help. Okay. For people that have new transactions and new issues. What we're going to do is, by the way, thank Tanisha. She's in here. Thank you, Tanisha, for everything you do for the Sub 2 community. She is behind the scenes making sure that our Zoom vault is organized. Has anybody seen? Yes. Bryant says, can a transaction coordinator train an escrow agent? Absolutely. You would be surprised at how often that happens. Okay. Our Zoom vault has transformed and it's starting to get better and better and better and better and better. And it's because of Tanisha. Thank you. Josh says, do I have to wait for the training to go get in this lane? No, absolutely not. We're doing weekly training, by the way. This week, we're going to be doing the basic paperwork. And then the following week, we're going to talk about transaction coordination, how to launch a transaction coordinator business. Okay. So if you're somebody watching this in a year, 6 months or whatever, I can tell you, you're the lucky one. You're the lucky one because you don't have to wait for the next episode, right? It's like I get a binge on a whole TV series because it's already been released. Okay. Pretty cool, right? Can we see how this is an entire avatar of people? Sometimes people should join and get into real estate when they say, how should I start in real estate? Pace, how do I start in real estate? Pace, how do I start in real estate? Well, you got to know your avatar. And can we all agree that this is a very specific avatar? Probably a really poor fit for me, right? Why do we think this is a poor fit for Pace? Because as far as paperwork is concerned, I'm really good with paperwork. The person that actually created the majority of the paperwork and the ideas I'm a visionary. You know what I'm good at is creating new methods of creative finance, like the Morby method. You know, I'm doing a multifamily Morby method right now. Nobody even was doing this a year ago. Creative finance has been around for 100 years. Nobody had ever done any of that stuff. Don't put the paperwork on me. Let the beast out of the cage. Okay? So when you're somebody, maybe it's my wife. So my wife, she's the same way, or she's the opposite. She's a transaction coordinator. This is why my business has been so powerful. Munif has partnered with Love Francis. They're doing a lot of business together. Their recent partnership has elevated both of their businesses. A transaction coordinator, as you guys scale in real estate, is absolutely critical. You will never do more than 2 deals, 3 deals a month, ever, if you don't have a transaction coordinator. In fact, I would be surprised if you can do more than one a month. Tanisha, you were my partner. You assigned me a deal in Fayetteville, North Carolina. I paid you $5,000 and I paid somebody else. Well, you are my partner. And you're also my partner in this community that we're building together. I want them to keep coming though, for sure. Derek says, should I be dating Caleb? I don't know if he's your type, bro. I've seen your wife. Okay, so if I want to learn transaction coordination, where do I go? Do I go to another community? Do I go join another mentorship? I see another ad on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, and do I go join another mentorship because I think there's an easy button? Somebody's going to teach me how to get into real estate better because they're going to teach me a new sales line or a new strategy or a new thing that Pace hasn't taught me? Or do I need to just recognize that sometimes your best way to get into real estate is becoming a transaction coordinator if that's your personality type? Who in here already can identify as a transaction coordinator? Give me a yes in the comments. Maria Porter, this is me, right? Veronica, yes. A lot of people will say yes. Isn't that a travesty that other real estate mentors don't have a pathway for you guys who are transaction coordinator centric? Interesting. Okay. Interesting. So you go join a mentorship that's going to teach you how to cold call or text or do this. Are you going to be successful? It'd be like me joining a mentorship of how to be a transaction coordinator. I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna fail. Not because the information is not absolute game changing. It's because it's not my pathway. Okay. Jorge says, is it a good avatar for me because I was a mortgage processor in the past? Probably, Jorge. If you're a mortgage processor, did you enjoy it? Did you like the paperwork, and did you like the environment? If you like that world, then that is for you. Jorge, I can tell you, if you liked being a mortgage processor, being out doing what Pace does all day long is not a good idea for you. Guys, do we understand how we all need each other here? Do you understand how powerful even having a good transaction? And the funny thing is, all of us visionaries are like, yo, more people need to be transaction coordinator. I need this. I need this. I need this. I need this. Okay. Lewis Russell says, can you be a TC for anyone, anywhere, anytime? What's the answer, guys? Here's a better question. When can't you be a transaction coordinator? Where can't you be a transaction coordinator? And why can't you be a transaction coordinator? The only thing is if you're lazy. That's it. That's the only thing. No, Caleb didn't say, Angelo, he did not say California. He said he doesn't want to do California because that's his business model, right? You choose. Okay. My transaction coordinator is doing my deal in California right now. Munif says he's got 2 deals in California right now. You can't if you're sleeping. If you're lazy, you can't do it. Okay. John Carroll says, I'm looking to build a direct-to-seller team with virtual assistants. I have 7 VAs and I'm looking for someone who is doing this successfully. We have a lot of students doing this successfully, John, but where are they? Do you know where they are? They're out running their businesses. They're not going to be hanging out in these Zooms with us. We got a lot of them. Okay. Scott Oots is one of them. Okay. We got Matthew Simmons is another one. I'm not going to go off because then what will happen is these people will just get hit up, only those people. Network, John, which you're doing. And I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Next avatar. We all feel good about transaction coordinators. We all feel good about that. Where can I learn? How frequently can I learn? Who should I be networking with? Maybe if I'm trying to be a transaction coordinator avatar, I should probably make some other friends that are transaction coordination avatars as well, right? So when you guys are networking with each other, one of the smart things you should be doing is saying, hey, my name is Pace Morby. I'm a closer, visionary, blah, blah, blah. This is how I identify, okay? So when you are meeting other people, they go, man, that's awesome. I'm a transaction coordinator. I'm a private money lender. I'm a this. Wouldn't that be so helpful if you guys could actually introduce yourself as your avatar? How cool would that be? Think we should maybe start doing that when we're texting and calling each other? Would that kind of help people go through the kerfuffle? Cool. Jen Shelter, she's a closer. They have a direct to seller model. She's also a helper. Okay. Actually, Munif, sometimes I do think about you as an airbender. What a great show that is. Tanisha says, I know who I am and it builds massive confidence. Hey, do you have time to watch TV? Bro, I watch so much TV and so many movies. I really genuinely do. Every morning, 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, I'm watching a movie while I answer my emails. I probably watch 20 hours of TV and movies, legit, a week. Name a movie. You know, my problem is when I'm flying, I travel a lot too, so I watch movies on the plane. And Derek, Sandlot, bro, I've seen Sandlot 1 and 2, dog. Okay. I tried starting Ozarks. I couldn't get past season or episode 2. I quit. Everybody says stick with it. I ain't sticking with it. You lost me. You lost me at hello. Okay. Okay. So Tanisha's keeping me on track. I appreciate that about her. Love it. All right. Next avatar, guys. Next avatar is the JV model. Okay. Now, in the previous avatar Zoom, I went a little bit more in depth, and what I'll probably do is, like with this Zoom that we're putting together, I'll probably ask people to watch both Zooms so they can kind of reiterate, okay, and go through this, because JV means joint venture. Okay, and joint venture means 2 people doing a deal together, right? Hey, let's JV, let's joint venture on this deal. Also, this is called astro flipping. It's called micro flipping. It's called co-wholesaling. It's called, what other names do we have? Daisy chaining, yep. Now, some people want to differentiate these two, but we're not going to go on that today. I've done that in other Zooms, but they're essentially the same thing, okay? Reverse wholesaling, thank you. Reverse wholesaling. All right, anything else? Now, I say these are all the same thing. Other people like to create differences between them, but to keep it very simple, they're not different other than the way you name them. That's it. That's the only difference really in my mind. And this is a massive business. I mean, look at Keegley, right? Keegley is Jamil's company, massive, 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 massive. Look at New Western, right? New Western is a massive, massive, massive business. A lot of people are doing this. Okay. Who in here is doing avatar number 6, which is joint ventures? Who's doing that? Okay. Love that. Okay. So when somebody says, well, how do I start in real estate? That's pretty simple. What is a JV model? Okay. Typically, what you're doing is you're finding a wholesaler who has a deal or a house under contract. You go, hey, let me help you do one of two things. Okay. Let me help you close that deal. That's being a closer. Or let me help you dispo that deal and I will go find a buyer for you. Okay. And they go find a buyer and you go, yay, I made a fee. And that's JV. Okay. There's a lot of other miscellaneous things you can do with people, like you can do their follow-up, right? Essentially what you're doing is you're bringing something to the table for their contract, right? So you're not the one actually going to the seller and negotiating and all that kind of stuff. Yep. And Derek says, and then if you really want to, you can find yourself as the buyer. And I talked about that in a previous version of this avatar Zoom, which was really, really good. Okay. Brandon Shaw says, send me multifamily leads. I have some buyers looking. So that is a JV model. Does that make sense? So Brandon's like, send me your deals. Send me your deals. That's Brandon right there. What Brandon just said right there is this person right here. Molly Tennant is calling me. Hi, Molly. Hi. Yeah, sorry. I'm on a big, long Zoom. I'm not paying attention. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Hold on. Sorry, guys. There's a deal that's trying to get done right now, and somebody needs authorization codes. Hey, I'm ready for the wire codes. Just send them over to me. Okay, so do we kind of understand the JV model, everybody? Does it make sense? This is a whole entire model, okay? The JV model. Okay, I know Tanisha. So for example, Tanisha, she's JV'd a deal to me. Okay, do you have to do that every time you move money? Yeah, unfortunately, yes, I do. And the reason being, Munif, is it's very important for me to do that because I've been burned in the past where I don't know where my money's going. And I've had people steal money from me. I had an accountant I gave carte blanche to. And I don't know if you know the story, but I had an accountant that will probably end up sending her to prison in about a year. But it was like 5 years ago. It just takes a long time. She was basically taking my money, and I had people that were on my payroll that had, let's say, Tim Smith. And then she would pay Tim Smith weekly or every other week, whatever. And she goes, oh, you know what I'll do is I'll go find another Tim Smith on Craigslist or whatever. So what she did is she started, her name's Amanda. She's going to go to prison for this. She'll go to federal prison for probably 5 or 6 years. So what she did is she found another guy named Tim Smith, and she was writing checks to this second Tim Smith and making it look like it was this first Tim Smith and expensing it against some of my fix and flips. Okay. Oh, Tim Smith says, oh, damn, that sucks, man. It wasn't me. I just made that name up. Okay. I should have said Joseph Smith, but then you guys would think that he found gold plates or something like that. So that's a Mormon joke for anybody that didn't get that. So anyway, so we found this out, and I just put into my mind that anytime money leaves my account in any significant amount, like there's bills that get paid on credit cards and all that kind of stuff, but like you can see where they're being paid, and I can reject, I can like say, oh, I'm going to dispute that, but I can't dispute a wire transfer. So a wire transfer just about once a day, Tony will send me a text, and it's what holds up some of our deals that we've done, Munif, is that sometimes I'm on a Zoom and Tony needs a code from me. and she has to get the code for me, and I have to know what the deal is for. And that's it. That's the only thing. Everything else, all my other bills get paid and checks get paid and payroll and all that kind of stuff is automated. But wire transfers are the only thing that have to go through me. Thanks, Mooney. If he says, you've always been really prompt with moving money. There was a day where Noah was like, hey, we were trying to close. I'm like, oh, crap. Okay. So JV model. Now, if I want to learn the JV model, what do I do? Where do I go for the JV model? I can say like genuinely, this is one model that I've stayed away from really focusing on at a very high level of education because it is, it's kind of Jamil's territory. I've really kind of stayed away from it. Is there somebody in here that is really good at the JV model that would maybe do some Zooms for other students of how they're doing JV? Okay. Matthias says, you can JV on anything. You are correct. Creative Finance Facebook is where I got. Okay. JV is okay. So Jen Shelton says JVing is my main way I make money, squatting up with other students and non-students inspired by the Zero to Hero Challenge. You know what we should do, Munif? Let's do a Zoom next week with Faisal and me and you, and we'll do a whole dedicated JV Zoom for like 2-3 hours and then leave that in the vault for everybody to see. Would that be helpful for everybody? Give Faisal some love too, because he's amazing. Okay. And Matthias, will you jump in there with us? I'd love to have you go through and just go, let's talk about all the ways we can JV. I'd love to have you on there. Okay. We'll do that sometime next week, guys. I don't know the time because I got to wait for my TV schedule from A&E. Okay. Munif says, we're JVing a deal right now with LT. It'll be her first deal. Yes. Okay. So we'll do a whole little series on maybe JVing. We won't do a lot of it. We'll do 2 or 3 of them. Okay. So if you guys want to learn how to JV, guys, do I have to have a lot of experience to JV? No, you don't. You don't. Okay. If I want to learn how to JV and make that a whole business model, where do I go? Go see the JV series in the Zoom vault, because if you're watching this in the future, you'll have a series of them, but we haven't made that series yet. So we'll go make that series. Okay. Everybody on the same page, we'll go do that JV series, like why it's cool, how to set that business up, how to go do that, etc. All right. Very cool. Next one. This one's one of my favorites. This is legitimately one of my favorites, is what my wife does for me in my business. A bird dog or a hunter. Okay. So what my wife does for my business is she probably finds me 1 to 2 deals a month from who? Other wholesalers. Okay. Other wholesalers. So she finds people or agents. She finds people who already have contracts. Okay. Does my wife go cold call and text and do any of that kind of stuff? Does she do any of that stuff? Oscar says, can we get paid through title as a bird dog? Of course you can. Okay. And my wife does not actually get paid through title, but if they wanted to, you can. How does my wife get paid? My wife gets paid a very different way. So don't get muddled by this. Okay. You can get paid multiple ways. Here's the agent. Okay. Agent. Here's you. And here is a solid buyer. Here's the difference between the JV and the bird dog model. The bird dog model is you have a solid buyer who you have a strong relationship with. And you are literally just bird dogging for this one buyer. That's all you're doing. You're like, it might be maybe 3 buyers at the most. You just learn 3 buyers' individual businesses, and you go find already existing contracts. Does that make sense? It's very different than like, let me go close your deals. Let me negotiate with your sellers. No. I'm going to a wholesaler's website and I'm getting a deal. Okay. So right there, Munif says, I'm paying my bird dog for my Bakersfield deal $1,000. All he did was tag me on Facebook. That's so great. Okay. So check this out. My wife All right. A couple of things. Let me show you guys something pretty cool. Okay. I showed this in the last avatar Zoom that we did, but I'll show it to you guys again because it's pretty cool. I've got a deal that we just closed on a couple weeks ago. And I'll show you how my wife gets paid on these deals. Okay. So can you get paid? Like Munif just said, I paid my bird dog $1,000 for just tagging me in the Creative Finance with Pace Morby Facebook group. Yeah, that's a huge way to go. Here's what my wife, let's see, creative funding. That's my lending business. Where is this thing? Coolidge. Okay, Coolidge. Ooh, I don't know. I wonder how much we're going to make on Coolidge. That's not the one I actually wanted to do. Okay, not Coolidge. Hopi Trail. Here's a good one. Ooh, wire proceeds hit the account. Let's see if we got a P&L on here. I just saw it this morning. It's like 85 grand. Here, let me find it. I think it got emailed to me real quick. Okay. By the way, guys, if you ask for more clarity after this Zoom, what would you consider yourself? A knucklehead, maybe? Like, do you need more clarity after this? Have we not given you like God level clarity on this Zoom? Give me a yes if that's true. If no, oh my gosh. Let's see. Hopi. There it goes. Final P&L. Awesome. Come on. Sorry, it takes me a bit to find some of these things sometimes, guys, so I apologize. Here we go. Here is a P&L on a deal we just closed on. So I was the fix and flipper on this. You guys can see I bought it on purchase date of 1/21/22. Okay, sale date 5/17/22. Oops, let's make it a little smaller. And look what my net profit was on this deal. $116,693 in a market that's so saturated and there's no deals, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So how does my wife get paid on that, guys? My wife gets paid on that particular breakdown. My wife gets paid a portion of the deal. Now pay attention because some of you guys are going to go, oh, Pace said that that's how I should get paid. No, I did not. I did not say that. I said that's how my wife gets paid. She finds the deal. You can structure it in a variety of ways. Okay. You can get paid a small chunk of money up front. Oh, guys, where did she find that deal I made 116 grand on? Where did she find that? Come on, guys, wake up. So Bryant says, can you just add that to the purchase price? Bro, that's called wholesaling. Okay, that's not called bird dogging and hunting. That's called wholesaling. Okay. It's very different. The difference is my wife is participating and actually learning something. No offense against wholesalers. I wholesale, but I do not identify as a wholesaler. Why? Because wholesaling is a freaking hamster wheel where all you learn is one stupid skill and you learn it in about 3 months. That's it. You're done. What else are you going to learn about wholesale after 3 to 6 months? You guys really need to learn how to be in real estate. You have to understand how fix and flipping works. You have to understand how buy and holds work. So my wife gets paid based on the net profit of the deal, and she's involved in the whole entire conversation. So Brian, let's have a conversation. It's a good question. So let's have this conversation. What's up, man? How you doing?
Howdy, howdy.
What up, bro? So let's ask the question for everybody that's in here.
So what's going on is I had another sub two student bring me a deal that's on contract and trying to find a buyer. So I went and found a buyer, but to the buyer, what I did is I didn't give the price of what the contract price of the
you're describing
so
wholesaling. This is very common, and yes, everybody does it. And you're doing you're wholesaling, you're co-wholesaling, you're astro flipping.
Okay. But I found the buyer. I mean, I have the buyer.
It's very different. I'm glad you're asking this question. It's such a great question. In bird dogging and hunting, you find the buyer first. And then you specifically search for deals for that buyer.
Got it.
Okay. Because what happens is, in the wholesaling world, my wife can't rely on that. It's a chaotic world, bro. Like, think about this. Like, if you're trying to do wholesaling and you don't have a solid buyer that you only work for, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go get people under contract. And then what you do is you go send it to a list and you go, I hope I find a buyer. Okay. That's wholesaling. That's astro flipping. That's JVing. That's co-wholesaling. That's all that kind of stuff. Bird dogging is where I specifically go to a buyer like me. My wife has taught this on her YouTube channel multiple times. I go to a buyer and go, what are you looking for? What does your business look like? How are you capitalized? How are you funded? Teach me what you need and I will go find it. This is where I get real estate agents go, Pace, how do I start in real estate investing? I'm like, do you not go to meetups? Do you not know any fix and flip? Oh, I know a lot of fix and flippers. Okay, so you already know your customer. What are they looking for? Oh, I don't know. This is bird dogging and hunting, is that you're literally going to the hunter and saying, how can I go find, I'll be your bird dog, Mr. Hunter. You tell me what you want and I will retrieve it for you. Okay. It's almost like you could almost call this position a retriever. So do you see the difference between that, Bryant?
Yeah.
It's reliability versus unreliability. Now, what you're doing again is astro flipping and it works. And there's a great business model in that. What my wife does is she's like, I'm not going to look for a buyer every single time I see a deal. I already know a buyer. I got kids. I got a house to take care of. My husband's on a Zoom for 7 hours doing this avatar thing. I got to schedule flights and Airbnbs and stuff to go to a funeral tomorrow. And we're all crazy and hectic. Mm-hmm. She doesn't want to deal with a list of buyers. She wants to deal with 3 buyers the rest of her life and just go, let me find deals for you. Okay. And Brian,
I see.
And here's the thing is like, you guys don't understand the value there for a business. Who's a fix and flipper in here that would just value somebody literally just hunting down deals for you all day long? Okay. So if somebody just says, I just want deals. I don't want to look for them. I don't want to underwrite them. You just find them. That's what my wife does. And so what I do with her is I don't pay her up front. Okay. I pay her on the back end and I let her list the property. So she also becomes really, really cool because she gets all these listings and she's a top real estate agent. But the reality is she's also finding those deals for me. But where is she finding them? She's actually Bryant. She'd go to guys like you and she'd go, hey, Bryant, I got a buyer. And she's not lying. What do you got for me?
Okay.
And I don't have anything right now. She goes, great. When you find something, let me know. I got 3 buyers. I only work with 3 buyers. I know them. I know their children's name. I know what they eat on Fridays. I know what their religious affiliation is. I know what they drink, Diet Coke or Coke. Like a hunter knows their buyer, and no offense to astro flipping, co-wholesaling, et cetera, but you don't intimately know all of your buyers. You have a big buyers list that you can't, 95% of the people you have on your list, you'll never do a deal with, ever. Like literally, you'll never do a deal with 95% of the people on your list. Does everybody agree with that? Isn't that interesting? Okay. So a hunter goes, I'm just going to find, could be my husband. So if like you guys are going, well, how do I get my wife into this business? Guys, if you want me to, I will do a whole dedicated series of Zoom on just how my wife finds deals for my business. This year, my wife will probably make 300 grand, maybe somewhere in there, just finding deals for my fix and flip business. Okay. But guess what? She has to look at 30, 40 deals before she finds one. And so the problem is people look at this business model of the hunter, gatherer, retriever, and they go, Oh, great. Laura can get a deal done in 2 hours. That's not the expectation you should have. You should go, I gotta, as a stay-at-home mom or somebody who has limited time at my job, right? Let's say you have a desk job at your 9 to 5. You should have 3 solid buyers. You know exactly their business model, how many houses they're flipping every single month. Okay. Gary says there's very few Laura Morbies out there. I agree.
True.
But you guys are exalting my wife to a level that I think is unwarranted. My wife is a stay-at-home mom who's just literally, it took her 6 years to find her place. 6 years. And if somebody would have just told her from the very beginning, stop trying to do all these things like being a buyer's agent or a listing agent and just find deals for other investors, it would have saved 6 years of her life. Okay. There are people out there, and this is the problem, you won't do it. So I got to create a whole series on how my wife finds buyers, communicates with buyers, and we can do that for you guys. But then what's going to happen is people go, that's me. I'm going to go do that. And they do it for 2 weeks. And then after they don't get a deal, they go, wait, why haven't I gotten a deal? Here's something very interesting. I am a buyer. Okay. And I have offered, I pay my wife 20% of the back end. Okay. 20% of the back end. So if I net 116 grand, how much will my wife make? 22, 23 grand on that one deal she found. Okay. Pretty cool. But I made 90.
Yeah.
Or whatever it was, right? So here's the challenge with this. It actually requires you to understand how to underwrite, and it actually requires you to understand your buyer. What most people do is they don't even take 5 minutes to actually spend time talking to a buyer. Just go, I have a big buyers list. Guys, I have the smallest buyers list on this entire freaking Zoom, and I make more money than all of you guys. Your buyers list ain't shit. The relationship with your buyers is. Okay. And there's now, is it nice to have a big buyers list? Yeah, I get that. Like, especially when you're like trying to do JV model and you're rapidly trying to sell deals and you want to send it out to a big buyers list, that works for that model. And I totally respect and love that model. But if you're a stay-at-home mom, do you think you have time to be sitting there dealing with this all day long and dealing with kids running around, but you want to get into real estate? Do you guys see why these avatar Zooms are so critically important? Is because some of you cannot do co-wholesaling because it requires you to balance both sides of the thing and play the middleman and be in the middle. And Brian, you're playing the middleman. You're having 2 conversations, 3 conversations simultaneously. No. That's going to be hard for a woman who's breastfeeding.
I mean, I didn't want to do this. It just fell in my lap.
And,
yeah. And so I'm just like, okay, I'll help out, one of my
it's
people.
A freaking wonderful business model. There's people that make so much money doing that model exclusively. All I'm pointing out is that there are people that will fail at that model, and that the only slight deviation from that model to bird dogging is that you are focusing on just a few buyers that you intimately know their business. When are they fixing and flipping? So I'll wrap this up for other people, for everybody. So I'm a pretty busy guy. Brian, you're pretty busy guy, right? Anybody in here that's a fix and flipper? You guys are busy people. Everybody in here that's a fix and flipper, are you pretty busy?
Yes.
Okay, you're really busy. Wouldn't it be nice if somebody just goes, hey, I know your criteria. I found a wholesaler that has a deal. I'm going to lock it up. Will you pay me 25% of your back end? How many fix and flippers would say no to that? 0. 0, 0, 0. Now, here's what's funny. I have offered this to sub 2 students for the last 2 years. Bring me a deal and I will pay you 50% of my net profits on a fix and flip. And how many people have I done deals with? 0. 0. I've never done a fix and flip with a student. Nobody's ever brought me a deal that actually made sense. For what?
I just emailed you a deal paste in Hawaii. It's a nice one. it's a little complicated, but I don't know. I mean, you might like it. I know you're looking for Hawaii.
I am looking for Hawaii. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
What is this deal? I got people asking me to sign stuff. I don't even know what it is.
I emailed it to you and Molly.
Oh, this is my deal with Noah and Munif. I don't know why I'm signing more paperwork for this, but yeah, we'll get a notary. I don't know what that's for though. Okay, so students don't. Here's the problem. You guys think that you got to go out and like cold call and text and find deals. Guys, go to Keegley's website. My wife literally finds 50% of the deals I buy from her from Keegley's website. That's it. It's not magic. It's just that you don't focus on one buyer and you don't know 10 people that are doing deals in town. People are doing deals everywhere. They're everywhere. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of deals. And all you have to do is focus on a couple of buyers. That's it. That's the bird dog model. Okay. How many stay-at-home moms or people starting in the business or somebody hates their job right now is like, literally, if I could do 2 deals a month, just bringing and bird dogging for somebody like Pace and make 300 grand this year, that's a business that you would want to do. Okay. So let's ask the question. How do I get started in real estate? How do I get started in real estate? Now, what's funny is like, we will teach people how to comp. This is the challenge with this. Okay. Zane says, what are you looking for in a fix and flip? I'll tell you, it's very simple. Okay. What am I looking for in a fix and flip, guys? I want 10% of the sales price to be my net. 10%, that's it. So if I sell a $500,000 house, what do I want to be my net profit at the end of the project? And I don't want to have a house that has an ARV over $800,000. Well, Ramey says, I wish I could look on Keegley. Do you realize that Keegley did not invent this game? Now, Keegley's really good at it, but you know there's like, okay, what city, by the way, Ramey? Where's the city we got? This is like too simple. Give me a city in Hawaii. Okay. Perfect. This is great. This is too easy. You guys are like, I got to have a Keegley to do this. I got to have a Keegley to do this. I got to have a Keegley to do this. I got to have a Keegley to do this. We buy houses. No, you don't. You wholesale houses. That's what you do. Anybody that has a cash buyer's website is not a cash buyer. I can tell you that right now. And most of them don't even have a real phone number, which is funny. Okay. You can call or fill out our short form. Call us direct at 808. Okay, hold on. Tony's got this thing for me. Let me send this to her. Wiring money to people. My gosh. Sorry, guys. Hey, I'm sorry I'm on a Zoom. I'm dedicating 7 hours of my day to my students. What do you guys got a wire transfer that needs to go out?
Yeah, I just got your code right now. Let me see if it still works. Hold on. Yep, it works. I'm good.
Okay, so you got it? You good?
Yes. Just really quick though, the money for Noah, is that coming from Creative Funding or PJ Morby, or does it not matter?
Do I have money in PJ Morby?
You do. You do.
Then yeah.
Which would you prefer?
Send it from PJ Morby.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know what the balance will be after I send it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Bye.
bye. Okay, so 808. 400. This is the problem is I can show you guys this and you still won't do it. This is the problem with, I don't know what the deal with the bird dog. My wife crushes it, but this is like literally the most simple business model ever. I don't have to find the deal. I don't have to buy the deal. Well, the challenge is most wholesalers are dumb. They got a number on their website. Are you kidding me? Hello? Seriously? Now I'm just calling them because this is ridiculous. I can hear them in the background. You know what's funny? Is these wholesalers probably joined a mastermind wondering, why can't I scale my business?
Hello.
Hi.
808 400 5050. The House LLC Home Solutions. We buy homes for cash. Sorry we missed your call. Please leave a name.
These are the people you guys are afraid of talking to, by the way.
Your call shortly. Aloha.
Sorry, this mailbox is full.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? These are the people you're afraid of talking to? People that can't even handle their freaking voicemail inbox and can't answer their phone calls. I'm afraid of calling people. Guys, these people are one sliver away from being Walmart greeters. And you guys are afraid of talking to them. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's actually, Munif's right. Walmart greeters actually greet you. And they actually make me feel like they're my grandma. Holy moly. These are the people y'all are afraid to talk to. This is too good. This is too good. Absolute knuckleheads. Oh my gosh, this is too good. I sold my house. Yes, we buy houses in that. I just want a company that says we answerourphone.com. Just kidding. Most of the time you can get a hold of them. But check this out, right? So they don't even want somebody to talk to them, which is great. Contact us. How can I contact you? A masterclass. Start here. Home Sellers Masterclass. They got all this time. They spent all this time and energy on this stuff. Okay, sell. Oh, buy. Here we go. Buy. Search homes for sale. Our home buying guide, blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. Resources. Okay, these guys are absolute idiots too. That's great. Let's find somebody else. Guys, notice I'm not giving up, even though I should not be doing this for you guys. I'm not giving up because this is simple. There's one I saw up here. House Buyer Network. Is this the, okay, watch this. Call us 855-835-2544 or send a text and we won't answer it either. They went to some mastermind that learned how to automate their business by not having anybody answer their shit. Knucklehead home buyers. We won't pick up our phone.
Please leave your message for 4103713.
Okay, watch this. Let's figure this out. By the way, am I physically in La Jolla, whatever you guys call this? What's the name of this? Am I physically there right now? So why, if there's no Keighley where you live, why do you want to do anything where you live? Look where you live. Okay, guys, you live on an island in the middle of the ocean. If you feel like you're isolated, it's because you are. Okay, learn how to virtually do things. Do we all see? Could you guys not see this? It's not that hard. Okay, watch this. Let's find an escrow company. No reviews. Garden Island Insurance Agent. One financial, business insurance. Okay, great. Ooh, this is great. KW Keller Williams, real property tax billing. Love this, love this, love this. This is great. Let's call these guys. They got 10 Google reviews. Probably 9 of them are from their mom. This is also a problem in Hawaii is nobody wants to work in Hawaii. If you work an hour a day in Hawaii, you dominate. It's island time all day.
Hello, this is the front desk at Kauai Realty. How can I help you?
Hi, I am a fix and flipper looking for properties to fix and flip. Do you guys have any real estate agents that can help me out finding some deals?
One moment.
Literally, you guys will dominate. You guys will dominate literally just by in your regular life, whether you're a dentist, an accountant, or anything, literally just pick up the phone. So while we're waiting on hold.
Hello, Glenn speaking.
Hey, Glenn, my name's Pace Morby. How you doing?
Good. How
Awesome.
can I help you?
Hey, I live in Phoenix, but I'm trying to virtually fix and flip in Hawaii, and I'm looking for some agents that can get me deals over the next year or so that can represent me on both the buy side and the sell side on my fix and flips.
We can do that. I would probably work with 2 agents to handle one side.
Okay.
Side.
Love it.
So you're in the construction business?
I'm in the fix and flip business. I hire
Okay.
I hire contractors to do the work for me. I'm an investor. So what I do is I invest in about 15 different markets, Hawaii being one of them. I want to jump into your guys' area. And I'm looking for an agent that maybe you guys know wholesalers. Maybe you guys know people are out there cold calling, doing whatever. I'm looking for somebody to help me find those deals. I buy them with cash, hire the contractors. I then have you guys relist them for me and put them on the market for me.
Fabulous. So you're basically looking for something with meat on the bone.
Yeah, not necessarily. I could also do an Airbnb and hold it as a long-term rental too.
Well, depends. It depends on the area because certain areas allow short-term vacation rentals and some places don't.
Of course.
They don't want to just get a property where you get stuck.
The main question is, can Glenn, my guy that I'm on the phone with right now, can Glenn find me a deal?
I can definitely help you. It's very difficult at the time.
Name one part of the country it's not.
Exactly. In the world.
Right. In the world. Right. But that's why you guys are the professionals, right?
Absolutely.
Boom. I'm not really looking for like any crazy profit margin. We typically look for like a 10% net. So if my sales price is $1 million, I'm looking for $100,000. If my sales price is $300,000, which I'm not going to have something in your area for $300,000 sales price, I'm looking for $30,000, right? I'm okay with a skinny profit margin. We do it all cash. And where do we start? How do I do it? Do I get your email and you guys just start sending me stuff when you run into them or what?
Yeah, we'll put you on auto notice, automatic. As soon as a listing comes up, you'll get notified, or if something comes up in our loop, we could definitely contact you immediately.
Amazing. Is this, okay, so give me your email and I'll send you an email.
My email is Glenn, Glen,
Mm-hmm.
at KawaiRealty.net.
Amazing. Okay, cool.
And what is your name again?
Pace Morby, Pacemorby, Pace Morby.
Okay, and let me get your number and your email, and at least if maybe we get mixed up.
Sorry, guys, I put on mute. I put on mute because I don't need people having my cell phone and my email, because then what happens is I get emails from people about their divorce and their kid dropping out of school and like problems like that. And I'm an empath. And so I truly care about your problems. And so when you bring them to me, I get sucked into them, and it takes a week of my life to solve why your child decided to sell marijuana at school or whatever it is. That's never happened, but that was the first idea. That was the first thing that came to my brain. Okay, so let's try another place. Okay, let's try a solid one. Watch. Let's try a solid one.
Hey, you've reached the family cell phone of Chris Campbell.
Hey, what inventory do you guys have on your site or that your team has? I want to get a fix and flip in that area. How many properties you guys have, and can you send me over an email? Thank you. So here's another great thing that I'll help you guys break through. A lot of people will ask, what market do I start in? If you guys are starting in a market like North Dakota or Arkansas or something, are there advantages and disadvantages to that? Anybody? Bueller? The advantage to a small market is you're the only person that's really going to be chasing these deals. The disadvantage is you're the only person wanting these deals. Okay. So if you are in La Hawaii or whatever that place is called, you are probably not going to have a lot of opportunities there because there's not a lot of fixing and flipping going on, right? So if you guys have ever done, so check this out. I'll give you guys a really great little video I'll show you guys that I've done. This is one of my really great ones. Pace Morby finding buyers. Okay. Okay, let's share this screen. I've got a video. This video is really more about what market do you focus on? Okay, what market do I focus on? Does anybody ever have that question? What market do I focus on? There's your answer right there on that YouTube video. Okay. If you go here, we actually show you guys, look at this. This is a heat map of activity. This is a heat map of activity. So it shows you like these little red squares. Here's where all the activity is, where buyers are buying and what it looks like. The most recent activity, what they're buying, why they're buying it, all that kind of stuff. And it's in a 25-minute video. Don't you guys think that this would be an important thing for you to learn? Yep. This is what from one of my, I did a 4-hour Zoom on this exact topic and we took 25 minutes of it. Okay. So for you guys to say, I don't know what market to go to, guys, there's heat maps that tell you where all the activity are, where people are buying the most houses. So if I'm trying to supply a customer with a product, okay, if I'm trying to supply a customer with a product, don't we think it's really smart of us to find where the most customers exist? Okay, so for example, if I want to be a health and fitness coach, do you think going to Norway is a really great place for me to go? Probably not. Not a lot of people that are overweight over there. You know what I'm saying? Now, on the opposite side of that, if I wanted to start doing health and fitness, don't you think maybe going to Missouri, Mississippi, where there's like the obesity rate isn't the #1 in the nation, right? Not calling you fat if you live there. I'm just saying that's the largest obesity rate. So wouldn't you go where the most customers are or the highest likelihood of success? So if I'm doing a deal like Bryant, who you just did a deal, you're selling it to a buyer. Bryant, what is your customer doing with that product you're selling them? Typically only one of two things. Either A, they're fixing and flipping it, or B, they're buying and holding it.
They're holding it. It's 100% tied. It's a 12 house package deal. Actually, Sandra White from, I think she sent you a deal before.
Yeah, I've got a deal under contract with her right now.
So she sent me this deal and she wanted me to help her find a buyer. So, I have my network and we're in that process right now. The buyer's doing his research.
And the buyer's going to buy and hold it.
Buy and hold, yeah, because it's cash flowing right now. So
perfect. And it's a cash deal?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Brian. That's what I wanted to hear. So guys, your customer is buying deals. They're out there. They're doing fix and flips or they're doing buy and hold. Those are the only two things your customers are doing. That's it. Fixing and flipping or buying and holding. That's it. Okay. So wouldn't it be smart for you guys to go find the people that are fixing and flipping, buying and holding, and then reverse engineer and go, let me go find those deals for you? Why is this so hard? People are like, oh, I live in Hawaii. Great. Why don't you go somewhere where there's actual customers? You want to sell t-shirts? Go to somewhere where they buy t-shirts. You want to sell minivans? Go to El Paso. You want to sell Lamborghinis? Go to Beverly Hills. If you want to sell fix and flip contracts, go where the buyers are actively buying and doing deals. Is this like foreign language to people? Okay. Minivans in Utah. That's probably a better fit. That's correct. Dang it. I missed the mark on that, Josh. All right. So we're all on the same page. We're all good on this, right? Bird dogging. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay. My wife is texting me about this funeral that we're going to. It's unfortunate, but I'm going to end this Zoom right now because I need to help my wife coordinate this, like leaving town and going to this funeral that's at 9:00 tomorrow morning in Utah. So I got to get out of town. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put a pin in this. And then next week, I'm going to do the last part of this and the missing avatar Zooms. Okay. And I might end up doing it on a Saturday or Sunday so we can do this. Has this been tremendously helpful for everybody? Sandra White. Can I ask you a question, Sandra White? Hi, Sandra. How did I know she was going to have a smile when I put her camera up here? What's up, Sandra? How you doing? I don't know what's up. I've asked you I'm pressing to unmute you and you're not unmuting.
It's because
you got to find the button.
There, no, well, the chat was right over my button and I had to move it. Sorry about that. Hi, Pete.
Okay. Hi. Sandra, are you happy you joined this mentorship?
I'm thrilled I joined this mentorship. Beyond happy.
How did you find me, by the way?
I messaged you on Instagram about a house for sale.
Oh, and what did I do? I forget. I let you into a Zoom for free, and I was like, hey, come hang out with my students, right?
Yeah, I actually joined that same day coincidentally because I'd already been kind of through your funnel too. I found you on Bigger Pockets, went through the funnel, and it was coincidence on the same night as the Q&A. I did join because.
Have you been getting deals done since you joined?
Your deal's number one. Your deal number one, yeah.
And
then
you got a
still
deal you're
on
working with
others.
Bryant right now?
Yeah. He's helping with a 12 pack.
I love that.
Yeah.
So, Sandra, you've been in here maybe 6 weeks, 12 weeks, or 8 weeks?
Couple months, yeah. I think it's a couple months.
Okay. Have you
this week.
made enough friends in here? Do you feel like this is your family?
Yeah. Actually, I was just talking to my husband today. I'm like, I feel like my Facebook is changing to this family versus what started with the original family. It's awesome.
It's great. It's absolutely great. So the reason why I called on you is number one, to say hi.
Hi.
And
Thank
number
you.
two, I want you to give people advice. Like, this is like the difference between this and other mentorships. And also, more importantly, the value of the community and making friends in here.
Yeah. It's like, I know, a rocket ship compared to other mentorships. It's ridiculously beneficial in a good way. Like, it's night and day. I spent so much money and time on another mentorship. They're not bad. This is just an accelerated,
But it's accelerated. Yes, the information's awesome, and all of the things, and the Zooms, and the activity, and all the things, and the levels of like, oh, I need to learn how to raise capital. Great, Pace has done these trainings on raising capital. Oh, I need to do corporate structure. Oh, I need to do this. Blah blah blah. Well, how has the community treated you since you joined?
I'm incredible, right? Like, there is no community like this. There is nothing on the planet like this. It's treated me incredibly well. I've learned a lot, participated a lot with people, trying to network even more. It's infinitely valuable.
What would you say to somebody that maybe is afraid of making their first 25 friends in this mentorship? What would you say to them?
Call me. And there's a ton of other people. If you said on Facebook, I don't know 25 people, it's like it multiplies. This community multiplies with each other. It's incredible. So
awesome.
Put yourself out there. I mean, to be able to talk to you about every one thing or many things, and the time that you give is also immeasurable. Like, that doesn't happen either. That hasn't happened to me in any other mentorship. It's still an arm's length away. And for you to just encourage people like this, and it works like this, get out there, call me, text me.
I love that your first answer to my question was, call me. It's so good.
It works that way, because other people say the same thing. Like, well, call me, don't hesitate. And you might, but then just call one person, and then I'll help you call 24 more.
Amazing. Thank you, Sandra. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to tell you, we got a couple of really cool Zooms tomorrow. We've got 2 Zooms. Elena Ting and LT are doing hiring and onboarding and how to interview properly. I'm doing a social media Zoom, social media 2.0. Saturday, we've got 2 hours of transaction coordination, paperwork, all that kind of stuff. Elena Ting has a mindset Zoom. And then on Sunday, I'm doing Gator Tribe stuff on Sunday morning for anybody that's part of that. Okay. Next week, we will be doing the last part of this avatar Zoom, and it'll be the last time I do it. And I'll probably I've done it today for 4 hours. I'll probably do another 4 hours next week. And we'll make sure that it's really, really solid and wrap this all up. We've gone through basically 1/3 of the avatars, but now I feel like a lot of people understand more in depth those ones. Now, if you guys don't want to wait to hear what the other avatars are, go watch the first avatar Zoom. I actually went through them. We spent 7 hours, and just fast forward to like hour 3, and you'll jump on to some of the avatars we haven't gone through today. Okay. So you guys are awesome. We'll see you soon. Appreciate you.